Good evening, everybody. Look, it's Beijing. Oh my gosh, we have a live shot of Beijing. We actually have two live shots of Beijing. Where's the other one? Wait, now what have I done? Hold on a second. I messed something up. I got to get the other live shot up. Right. This is one live shot of Beijing. And this one is going to be, I see what I did. All right, wait 1 second here. Let's fix this. There it is. There it is. Okay, that's live shot number 1. And then that's live shot number 2. Oh my gosh, 2 live shots of Beijing. Can you believe it? Incredible. What happened to the clock? Why is the clock only there? Oh, hold on. Now I have to fix this thing. Now I have to fix this thing. There we go. So we are here to bring you live coverage of President Trump's visit to China. He's going to be greeted by President Xi in 1 hour and 35 minutes and 43 seconds. We're going to have live coverage for you. Some of our viewers are commenting on what appears to be smog, what appears to be. I cannot confirm that. Looks like it might be. I don't know, though. But we're bringing you live coverage. Leslie Ladyhawk is excited. And we're going to talk about the war in Iran as well. We're going to talk about both of these things. But we will have, again, President Trump meeting with President Xi. I mean, we're not going to have the whole meeting. They're not going to do the whole meeting on camera. But some stuff is going to be on camera. Bubba Twitcher thinks they're going to high-five each other. So I really appreciate you guys. Our viewer Ruth is, our moderator Ruth is looking forward to it. I really appreciate you guys. Yeah, maybe I should redo this. Maybe I should well, I have President Xi greets Trump in 1:34. The official White House schedule, the way they describe it as, the president participates in a greeting with the president of the People's Republic of China. So it's described as a greeting, and then they meet after that. Then after that is at 10. That's at 10 p.m. Eastern time. Then at 10:15 p.m. Eastern time, the president meets with President Xi. Give me one moment here. So maybe, well, I'll have to see. Maybe I'll describe it differently. I don't know if President Trump landed at the airport. I don't know that President Xi was there. I honestly don't know. One of you might know. I don't know if he's actually met in person yet with President Xi. Right now it's 8:27 a.m. and he arrived there last night. Some of our viewers are saying he wasn't. So I'm going to leave greets up there. I wasn't aware that he was. Some of our viewers are saying he wasn't. Anyways, it's described the event at in about 1 hour and 32 minutes. I'll show you. I'll show you what the schedule says. Follow the light direction says Xi was not at the airport. So this is the schedule right there for today. That's today's schedule. 10 a.m. President Trump participates in a greeting with the President of the People's Republic of China, Great Hall of the People. 10:15 a.m. China time, the president participates in a bilateral meeting with the President of the People's Republic of China. And then at 6 p.m., I don't know that I'll be on the air at 6 a.m. Eastern to cover this. At 6 p.m., the president participates in a state banquet with the President of the People's Republic of China. Like, there could be a lot of footage from them or not much. I honestly don't know. I'll have to see if I can find out. I don't know if I'll be on to cover that and what kind of coverage there will be of that. I don't know. But we're covering the first two things right now. Tea time, well then tomorrow. Here's what the schedule is tomorrow. So this is tomorrow's schedule, if this makes sense. Tomorrow, which is Friday China time, right? You have 11:30 a.m., which is Thursday night, 11:30 p.m. President Trump participates in a greeting and friendship photo with the President of the People's Republic of China. Then President Trump participates in a bilateral tea with the President of the People's Republic of China. Then President Trump participates in a bilateral lunch with the President of the People's Republic of China. So my guess is that tomorrow night will probably be on the air live too. That would be my guess. This is late. I mean, that 11:30 a.m. thing is at 11:30 p.m. Eastern time. But that's tomorrow. That's not tonight. That's tomorrow night Eastern time. Our viewer, Paper City Gamer, thinks big trade deals are incoming. We're going to talk about what they're going to talk about. Should I put here Beijing, China, and then say Thursday? Maybe I'll do that on the clock so people get it. I don't know if that helps or confuses people to have Thursday up there. Thank you, by the way, to our moderators. Ruth and Beth Mythical are over on YouTube moderating. Thank you. Leslie Ladyhawk is modding too. Britt says that helps. Warco Sanchez says, but how? We also have moderating. Matthew Kohai 3 and Surly Dev are both moderating. On Twitch. Hey, thanks to Wisco Joe for subscribing on Twitch. Also, we have Linda Belk, Larry, Misha moderate for us on X. And then a lot of people commenting on what they feel is smog, which it very well might be. But again, I don't know for sure. It helps or confuses people to have Thursday. Now I'm hearing two of me. That's not good. Shannon Davis Hughes is modding. Andrea Holder is modding. Kay Lowry Body is modding on Facebook. Thanks for modding. We're going to be taking your comments. 1 hour and 27 minutes until the summit begins. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Wow. Anon Cognito says lots of important CEOs on the Trump trip as well. Yes. For example, Elon Musk and the NVIDIA CEO, Jensen Huang. Patricia Grace says it really is pollution. One moment here. Oh, thank you also, Michael Fergal is mod in training. Thank you, Michael Fergal. I appreciate that. Oh, you know what I should pull up here just to have it? Where can I put it? One of the viewers mentioned the stock market futures. No, I don't want to put that there. Put it over here. Is this going to work? I don't know. Hold on. Let me see if this will work. There it is. That's not really working though. Hang on. We're going to do this. We're going to figure this out. Can I just do this a different way? No. Let's see. What if I do it this way? Let's try something. Let's try something. I'm trying to show you something right now, but I got to figure out the best way to have it on the screen during the broadcast. If you give me a moment. I can try it this way. All right, let me see if this works. Let's see if this works. Get rid of that. I'm going to get rid of this. We're going to put this, we're going to do this. Let's see if this works for us. Why is it not doing this? In case we want to check some of the finance stuff, what I'm going to do here is do this. Okay, here we go. Okay, there it is. I think we got it. We'll get this. It should be working. Okay, so in case you're wondering, I pulled up TradingView. You can go to tradingview.com and check this out. In case you're wondering about some of the financial stuff, one of our viewers mentioned the stock futures. So oil price, first of all, this is Brent crude. It's really not very different than last night. Because last night, I think when we got off the air, it was 107, and now it's close to 106. Here's the 5 days. So this is, yeah, I mean, it's basically, it was around 107 last night when we got off the air. So it's down a little bit. That's a UK Brent crude, and this is WTI West Texas crude. It's about what it was when we got off the air last night, 101. So not really much of a difference. And then in terms of futures, for whatever it's worth. So the Dow was down about 0.14% today, and the futures are basically even right now, I think. Well, no, futures are up about 150 points, so not much. Dow futures are up a little bit. S&P futures are up. I mean, we're talking about less than a percent. This is about 0.3% here. S&P up a little bit. NASDAQ futures up about 1%, it looks like, NASDAQ futures, compared to what it closed at. Anyways, I'll keep this handy. I'll keep it handy in case we want to check it. But if there's any kind of big oil price movements, we can check in. But that's TradingView. You can check out tradingview.com. Jimmy Yeager said Trump went to China, nothing to do with gas prices. Yeah, I was talking about the oil prices more in the context of the war. So, but again, we'll keep an eye on things, and I can check other things as well. Now, I want to take some more comments from you guys, and I want to talk about this summit. Hold on a second here. Bringo Yadinga says China loves deals. Hey, look, it's the other shot of Beijing. Grumman says, hopefully Trump can get China involved in the war to help put pressure on the Iranians. Not Your Average Bear says, what are the chances the meeting starts when they claim? I honestly don't know. I don't follow Chinese state events closely enough to know whether they start on time. Just a guess I have is that I'm guessing that they'll start close to on time. But that's based on not much. Kenneth Cobb says, can barely see the top of that tower. David Joe Klotz thinks China will not put pressure on Iran. By the way, I owe a thanks to Vlachy Guy, who gave 5 people memberships. Thanks, Vlachy Guy. It's very nice of you. Thanks to Jorn Teen, our new member, or John Teen. Thanks, Renee Lorraine, for your support from Canada. Thanks, Anon Cognito, our member as well. Okay, let's get a little background on this summit meeting here. I'm going to talk about this a little bit. Trump and Xi set for Beijing talks with trade truce and Iran war at stake, says Reuters. Let's see what they have to say. This should be a little bigger, by the way. That's better. President Trump heads into a series of meetings with China's Xi Jinping in Beijing Thursday, starting in about an hour and 20 minutes, aiming to secure economic wins, maintain a fragile trade truce, and navigate thorny issues such as the Iran war and arms sales to Taiwan. Don't forget about Taiwan. With his approval ratings badly dented by his war in Iran, says Reuters, Trump's hotly anticipated trip to China, the first by a U.S. president to America's main strategic rival since Trump's last visit there in 2017, 9 years ago, has taken on added significance. Joining him on the trip is a group of CEOs, including Elon Musk and NVIDIA's CEO Jensen Huang, a late addition who boarded Air Force One during a refueling stop in Alaska en route to the Chinese capital at Trump's request. Many of those executives, including Huang and Musk, are seeking to resolve issues with China. And Trump has said he will urge Xi to open up China to U.S. business. But the power dynamic has shifted since Trump's last visit in 2017, when China went out of its way to lavish Trump and buy billions in U.S. goods, said Ali Wynn, senior advisor for U.S.-China relations at International Crisis Group. Back then, says Ali Wynn, China was trying to persuade the U.S. of its growing status. This time around, it's the U.S., unprompted of its own volition, that is acknowledging that status, pointing out that Trump revived the term G2, referring to a superpower duo when he last met President Xi on the sidelines of an APEC meeting in South Korea in October. So some of the things, we're going to talk about that some more, but some of the things they'll be talking about are possible trade deals, possible opening up the market to U.S. corporations, Taiwan policy. Remember, Taiwan is a democracy island off the coast of China, which China considers part of China. And there's speculation that in the coming years, China could try to take it over by force. So Taiwan policy. Also, as one of our viewers was just talking about, will President Trump try to get China to pressure Iran to open up the Strait of Hormuz and make concessions and end the Iran war, help end the Iran war? Sip says she was not even at the airport when Trump arrived. Yeah, I don't know how they would do it the other way around. Like if President Xi is supposed to come here later. And so when he comes to the US, if he lands at night, will President Trump be there to greet him? I don't know. Would he normally be there to greet him? I don't know. Loner Checky thinks China has all the cards if you think semiconductors and chips. We were reading an article last night that said Taiwan is the biggest manufacturer of chips. Anyways, we can talk more about that. Let's see here. Rocker says China's not going to be able to play the pandemic card again? Rob Randolph said, anyone noticed how China is aggressively building up its crude oil stockpiles? No, Nicholas, I'm going to go back to the Reuters story. I just wanted to take some comments on the air. I like to read some of your comments. Only an hour and 15 minutes. We're going to have live coverage of the Trump-Xi summit, at least what we're able to see. They're not going to show us every single word they say to each other. Maybe they'll have a nice whole visual setup there. I'm sure it'll be some sort of big ceremony. Easy peasy squeezy thinks this visit will make no progress. Right. Ty Thompson says only here for the raw earths. Let's get back to a little more of the Reuters preview of this that I was showing you here. This week's meetings will provide, this next 2 days, will provide plenty of face time between President Trump and President Xi. They are scheduled to hold talks at the Great Hall of the People, tour the UNESCO heritage site Temple of Heaven, and attend a state banquet on Thursday before taking tea and lunch together on Friday. I didn't see the tour on the White House schedule. It's possible that we'll have more footage of things than I think we will. We'll have to see. Reuters says Trump enters the talks with a weakened hand. U.S. courts have hemmed in his ability to levy tariffs at will on exports from China and other countries. The Iran war has also boosted inflation at home and escalated the risk that Trump's Republican Party will lose control of one or both legislative branches in November's midterm elections. Though the Chinese economy has faltered, Xi does not face comparable economic or political pressure. Nevertheless, both sides are eager to maintain a trade truce struck last October in which Trump suspended triple-digit tariffs on Chinese goods, and President Xi backed away from choking global supplies of rare earths, vital in making items from electric cars to weapons. They are also expected to discuss forums to support mutual trade and investment and dialogue on AI issues. Washington looks to sell Boeing airplanes to China and farm goods and energy to China, to cut a trade deficit that has long irked Trump, while Beijing wants the U.S. to ease curbs on exports of chip-making equipment and advanced semiconductors. Officials involved in the planning said. Aside from trade matters, Trump is widely expected to encourage China to convince Iran to make a deal with Washington to end the conflict. But analysts doubt that President Xi will be willing to push Tehran hard or end its support for Iran's military, given Iran's value to Beijing as a strategic counterweight to the U.S. It's a little more there, but I'll take some comments first from you. Gives you a sense of some of the things that will be discussed. Whispered Nightmares says China will start on time. They are respectful to their guests. Let's see here. Confidence in God says China is our communist enemy. They make weapons. Loner Checky says, can the USA defend Taiwan? For this reason, I said China has all the cards. If you think semiconductors and chips, because USA cannot defend Taiwan, thinks Loner Checky. Jimmy ZNJ says, countdown to Xi. Only less than 71 minutes now. It's even possible we'll get some kind of early shot. But this is what I have right now, the 2 shots of Beijing. Seize the Day says, what are the odds Trump is going to undercut Canada and China deals? Just to give you just a little, the last part of that Reuters article we were reading. The last part of the Reuters article says that for President Xi of China, U.S. arms sales to Taiwan, the democratically governed island claimed by China, will be a top priority. China reiterated Wednesday its strong opposition to the U.S. sales of arms to Taiwan, with the status of a $14 billion package awaiting Trump's approval still unclear. The U.S. is bound by law to provide Taiwan with the means to defend itself, despite a lack of formal diplomatic ties. That's interesting. Hang on a second here. What law is that? I'm looking this up. The Taiwan Relations Act of 1979, from what I understand. I'd have to read up on this. I'm looking at the Wikipedia article. I'm looking at Gemini. Gemini says one section of the Taiwan Relations Act of 1979 states the U.S. will make available to Taiwan such defense articles and defense services in such quantity as may be necessary to allow Taiwan to maintain a sufficient self-defense capability. That's interesting. Also, an expert Reuters talked to, Ronan Fu, at the Taiwan's top government think tank Academica Sinica, said Trump doesn't really have that many of the cards to play, but I don't think Trump actually sees the situation that way, said Ronan Fu, who also said, I don't think that Trump is going to just let Beijing basically ask for whatever they want, and then the U.S. will make any concession that Beijing requests. President Xi does have a reciprocal visit tentatively planned for later this year, which would be his first visit to the U.S. since Trump retook office in 2025. So what do you guys think? What are you guys expecting here? Will big stuff come out of this? Now, I'll say this, no matter what comes out of it, I wouldn't be surprised if both Trump and Xi announce things. If they try to say that they got a lot out of it. That's different than a lot actually coming out of it. I mean, because just, I think there'd probably be, no matter who is having a summit like this, you might want to portray it to your country as a victory. Jordan Batani thinks it's all theater? Michelle Batten says, I wouldn't expect much to come out, but maybe I'm wrong. Sickborg says, probably a lot of nothing. Our viewer Kathy Barb Green says, they will make deals. Sorry, a little noise outside. I'm also assuming, I have to assume, that before President Trump and President Xi meet, that both sides have been talking to each other. I can't imagine that they just go into a meeting. They're like, well, what should we talk about now? I would guess that it's there've been preliminary talks and exchanges of ideas on what they could announce at the end of the summit. I may be wrong, but I would think some of that stuff would get talked about beforehand. I would think. Amber Dog thinks many things were agreed to before the trip. Paula Thompson says, I've learned to not have expectations. John Goiberg says, they don't freestyle, they plan in advance. Darcy Do That says, stuff and things will happen. I have to keep checking and see if I get any updates here. Let me just check. I need to periodically check. And again, if I get, we're going to be getting video, but if I get any video early, I will certainly show it to you. Oh, I'm supposed to get maybe another video from Beijing? Ooh. We might have I think in a couple of minutes, I'm going to get a street view from Beijing. How about that? I got to keep an eye on that. That would be interesting. Maybe in a few minutes. You want me to do split screen? Of this? Really? I mean, I could. I don't know if it's that exciting to have a split screen. Oops. Here's what I need. Split screen? There we go. Now we have two shots of Beijing. You can look at both of them. Thank you to DigThug9149, who says they will have a one-on-one private discussion that will be so secretive that only Xi's daughter is allowed to translate what Trump says? That's what DigThug thinks. Yes, Jay Wright. We are going to have video of Xi and Trump together. Not the whole meeting, of course. Hey, I just got a new video in, so hold on a second. Here's what I need to do. I got a new video in, so we're going to put this here. Okay. Bear with me here. Bear with me here. Okay, so we have that. Now what I have to do is get the other video up. I want you to show you this new video. Kind of interesting new other video. You know what I should also do now? Before I show you the other video, here's what I'm going to do. I have something else to do related to this. I need, let's see if I can get this set up right now. Yeah, give me about 1 minute here. I'll explain what I'm doing in a second. If I can. All right, here's what we're going to do. First of all, what I'm going to do is go here. So sometimes during the broadcast, I'll tell you guys to hold on for a second, which I know you're familiar with. So given that, okay. Add. I have another video to show you as well. Why is this not happening? Okay, our YouTube, maybe our YouTube members can figure out what why I'm talking so cryptically right now. Our Twitch members will hopefully figure it out in a second. But can our YouTube members figure it out? Let's see. Now I got to go over to Twitch for a second here. No one's figured it out. I don't think anyone's figured it out yet. No, nobody's figured it out. Now let me do something with Twitch for a second here while you're waiting to try to figure it out. Where am I here? Let's go to Twitch. Okay, now I have to go over here. Trust me, there's a reason I'm doing this. Where is this thing? Crap, hold on 1 second. Hold on one moment. Okay, did I get it right? Okay, our Twitch subscribers should see it as well. Did anything work? No, I don't know if this worked. Let's see if our Twitch subscribers can see it. YouTube members and Twitch subscribers. I was just talking about how sometimes I ask you guys to hold on for a little while. And then I said, so maybe you can figure something out related to that. No, no one's gotten it. I hope it worked. Did it work? I'll have to check. Someone figured it out. It got figured out. And they figured it out on YouTube. They have figured it out on YouTube. They figured it out on YouTube. If you look at the chat, anybody who's looking at the chat should be able to see it. Twitch, did you guys figure it out yet? Twitch subscribers? Twitch subscribers? No, the Twitch subscribers haven't figured it out. No, give it a moment. Yeah, some people figured it out in Twitch, but I haven't seen it yet. So we have, thanks to Sonic, our viewer, you know, people, I try to be responsive to the viewer comments. And people, the last few weeks, people had suggested some new emojis / emotes. So I just uploaded a new one on the air that Sonic did for us, which I can now see in the YouTube chat that our members have. These are for the members and subscribers. The YouTube members and Twitch subscribers. Now they figured it out on Twitch. It is the hold on emoji / emote. We now have an official hold on emoji emote. There you go. So, per your request, I think someone requested something like that, but that's the one that worked. You know, I think there's another one. I'm not gonna later on, either this episode or a future episode. There's another one we have one more. I don't even remember which one that is. Oh, we have another one. I'll wait for the other one. Okay. All right. Now I'm going to pull up the video. Oh, by the way, I don't actually have the new video. There was a new video that I'm supposed to have access to, but I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting for the new video that I'm supposed to have access to. Wonderful. Okay. Hey, thanks to Waltham Mass for the gift memberships. So some other people will get to use the emoji. Thanks, Waltham Mass. That's really nice of you. Also, let's see here. I'm supposed to have a street view of Beijing, and it was posted for a minute, and then they're on standby now. So as soon as I get that new video, I will put it up for you. We're less than an hour, 53 minutes, only 53 minutes until President Trump is supposed to be greeted by President Xi. According to CNN, President Trump will soon depart. He is soon departing for the meeting. I got to keep an eye on everything here. It's starting to get close. Hey, huge thanks to Tyler Spragelty. Tyler Spragelty gave 10 people memberships. Miss Link gave 20 people memberships. Oh my gosh, Miss Link, that's so nice of you. And Zeppelin gave a membership too. Please make sure you thank somebody if they give you a membership or a gift subscription. That's really nice of you guys. Thank you so much. Also, thanks to Viking Briggs for subscribing on Twitch, and Frodo's, I'll just say Frodo Bag 88, I'm going to say, for subscribing on Twitch. I still don't have the street view from Beijing yet. It came in and it went out. One of our viewers said we usually don't get live streams from Beijing. We usually don't get live streams from China. Also, thanks Andrew Schlegel, who likes the new emote, or the new emoji. Okay, now what I need to do is, We're waiting for that video. We're waiting for that video. All right, here's what we're going to do real quick. All right, here's the plan. We have less than 52 minutes until Trump gets greeted by President Xi. We're supposed to have video of that. Video of when they actually meet each other. When they greet, the greeting thing, the greeting ceremony, and then when they start meeting, we're supposed to have video of that. Hopefully soon I'm supposed to get video in from Street View of Beijing. We're going to talk more about what's coming up, what to expect in the summit. We're going to take more of your comments on the year. What we're going to do right now, real quick, is this is a sponsored broadcast. We have our sponsor, Tax Network USA, thanks to them. So one ad break during this stream, that's it. Right now, quick word from me about our sponsor, and then we will get back into it and go towards Trump beginning his summit with President Xi. So here's a quick word from me, and I'll be right back. Do you owe back taxes or haven't filed in years? If the answer is yes, the IRS could take your wages, bank accounts, and more. If you want to avoid this, you can get help resolving your tax matters with Tax Network USA. Tax Network USA is a tax resolution firm that specializes in resolving and reducing IRS tax issues. They've helped many clients reduce their tax liability and penalties. Their powerful programs and strategies could save you thousands or even eliminate your debt entirely if you qualify. And right now, Tax Network USA is offering a completely free IRS research and discovery call to show you exactly where you stand and how they might be able to help. So if you're interested, give them a call, 866-686-0252, or find them on the web at tnusa.com/AFTV. Don't let the IRS be the first to act. Get protected with Tax Network USA and start the process on settling your tax matters once and for all today. Okay, I still do not have the street view, which was posted for like a minute from Beijing. So as soon as I get the street view back from AFP, I keep checking for it. I will post it so you can see that. For now, we will look at this video, but I'm going to get as soon as I get the street view, it's on standby. I hope they didn't kill the stream, but it was there. It's not there right now. Let's talk some more about what's coming up in this summit, 2-day summit with President Xi and President Trump, and let's talk more and take some comments from you. Maybe we'll do a poll about what you think is going to happen. You can see AP says Trump's meeting with President Xi comes with much fanfare in China, but major breakthroughs may be elusive. President Trump today, in the coming minutes, kicks off the busiest portion of his China visit, a summit expected to be long on pageantry and symbolism, but unlikely to feature major breakthroughs on key issues like trade, U.S. relations with Taiwan, or the war in Iran. I mean, I don't mind some pageantry and symbolism, so maybe we'll have at least that. President Trump arrived at an elaborate welcome ceremony last night in China, and his motorcade rolled past a series of American and Chinese flags, as well as skyscrapers lit with Chinese characters reading Beijing Welcome. President Trump headed to his hotel afterward and had no public events. That is a picture of him last night when he arrived. He had no public events last night. Chinese leader Xi Jinping is set to meet Trump. We're going to be covering it live during a ceremony on Thursday in about 47 minutes at the Great Hall of the People, a hub for legislative action by the communist government and a center for key cultural and social events on the western side of Tiananmen Square. They will have a bilateral meeting, which we're supposed to have some footage of, before Trump visits the Temple of Heaven. I don't know if we'll have any video of that. A religious complex dating to the 15th century that symbolizes the relationship between heaven and earth. Trump and Xi will also attend a state banquet. That state banquet is scheduled for 6 p.m. China time, 6 a.m. Eastern time. So we're not going to be covering the banquet on this stream. Will we be covering it at 6 a.m. Eastern time? I don't know. Tomorrow, President Trump and Xi are planning on a working tea and lunch. The White House has insisted that Trump wouldn't be making the trip without an eye towards securing results before he leaves, suggesting there could be announcements coming on trade, including a Chinese commitment to buy U.S. soybeans, beef, and aircraft. Trump administration officials also want to work toward establishing a board of trade with China to address commercial differences between the countries, but neither side has yet offered concrete details on what might come out of the three-day visit at a time when Beijing's close economic ties to Iran could complicate matters. There is the red carpet being rolled out last night for President Trump. So what do you guys think is going to happen? We're going to take some comments from you guys. What do you think is going to happen? Raisback said, what does President Xi want in return? Well, one thing that Reuters mentioned is that Beijing wants the U.S. to ease curbs on exports of chip-making equipment and advanced semiconductors. Also, Beijing is not happy with planned U.S. armed sales to Taiwan. So they want to talk about that. Just having fun says nothing will happen because you can't trust the communist Chinese. Ghost All Day says nothing. Now there's this other thing where you could have both sides saying that each is committed to do something in the coming years. And it's not, I mean, in theory, that might not actually happen. Something else to keep an eye on. Lee Best thinks nothing big will happen. Ma Florida said, didn't Trump say China was ripping off the USA? The time is on the screen. It is 9:15 a.m. Beijing time. No joke. I was not deceiving you. AFP still has their feed up that says Street View of Beijing. And it was up for a very short amount of time, and now it just says stand by. In the meantime, I'll go back to the other shot from Beijing. But it is there. It's just not being fed right now. So let's get in again. I'll get the other shot up on the screen for you until we get that one. Until we get that one. Let's see here. Okay, here is the other shot. How did I do this before? There it is. People wanted to do the split screen though, I think. William Harley, our viewer, says this is very good for U.S. and China relations. West Coast dude says China wants into the American EV market. You know, I'm sure that's something China would like. I have not heard anything suggesting that's going to be discussed. Steve God says they should allow BYD states to. I think Steve God is talking about having Chinese electric vehicles being sold in the U.S. too. That's a whole interesting topic. Which again, I'm not aware that that's supposed to be a big topic at this summit. But why Chinese electrical vehicles are not available in the U.S. There's very high tariffs. Ooh, I wonder if I actually have this. Reuters had an article about this. Reuters had an article called Chinese cars on U.S. roads is a matter of when, not if. But I was just going to try to give you a quick summary of I don't know if that article really has the tariffs. I was just trying to give you a quick summary of the tariff situation. NBC News, for example, has an article talking about how in 2024, the Biden administration announced a 100% tariff on all electrical vehicles imported from China and a ban on Chinese technology and internet connected vehicles on American roads. Anyways, I don't want to get too sidetracked, but it's a very interesting topic. It's a very interesting topic. Justin D. Winters, our viewer, thinks that BYD is an excellent car, starting at around 12 grand and up. There's an article, if you want to read it, in Axios today with the headline, U.S. manufacturers urge Trump to keep Chinese vehicles out. And they say U.S. manufacturers are pleading with the Trump administration to not allow the Chinese auto industry to wheedle its way into the American market. Axios points out that Trump has sporadically suggested he'd be open to China building U.S. manufacturing plants, including for automobiles. Sharkbite thinks BYD cars are nice. Anyways, that's a whole interesting topic. Let's see here. Thank you, by the way, to Sunny Bronze, our member, and Summer Breeze, our member. Also, hey, let's shout out our moderators who are here. Maybe we'll do split screen, by the way. Let's get the split screen going. So what I need to do is put this. Where is it here? Here. Split screen. Look at this. Double video. Thank you, Ruth and Leslie Ladyhawk, who are moderating over there on YouTube. Thank you so much. Beth Mythical, thank you. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha moderate for us over on X. On Twitch, we have Big Ball of Yarn, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, and Surly Dev. Thank you so much. On Facebook, we have moderating what did I do here? There it is. Kay Lowry Body, Shannon Davis Hughes, Michael Fergal, who's doing the moderator, how do we say it, in training. Thank you, Michael. Thanks, Brian Davio, for the Facebook stars. Thanks, Brian. Let's see here. What's this? Sonic wrote in. Thank you again, Sonic, for the emoji. Great job. Sonic said last month new Chinese-made consumer routers were banned by the FCC. This may expand to cellular modules. And there's an article, if you want to read it, that Sonic sent me from Tom's Hardware with the headline, Trump administration reportedly debating ban on Chinese cellular modules in expansion of FCC crackdown. You can look that up at Tom's Hardware. Thanks, Sonic, for sending that in. I do not know about that. I'll have to read up on it. Hold on. Here's something real quick. U.S. agency says Chinese drones and routers can get software updates through 2028. The U.S. FCC said yesterday it will allow Chinese drones and consumer routers sold in the U.S. to get critical software updates at least through the end of 2028. The FCC in recent months banned the imports of new models of Chinese drones and routers as Washington has cracked down on Chinese tech companies for reasons of national security. But it continues to allow previously approved versions to be imported and sold. The FCC said it is allowing software and firmware updates that address harm to U.S. consumers. The FCC is considering whether to ban the import of Chinese equipment from a group of manufacturers after previously barring the import or sale of their new models in 2022. Anyways, that's the kind of thing that Sonic was talking about. Thank you, Sonic, for writing in. We have 34 minutes, guys. Ooh, what's this? Hang on. This camera's, hold on, we got to get rid of this camera now. All right, so that shot went away. So what is going to replace that shot? Hold on, we might be getting a new video in a second. 33 minutes and 35 seconds until the greeting is supposed to happen. 33 minutes and 35 seconds. Ooh, now we can't show you that one. We will have video for you. There is a, well, hold on. Hold on.
First time in Beijing?
Sorry, there's a pool video, but I don't have access to the pool video. That's different. But I'm supposed to have a different video. So I'm keeping an eye on everything. As soon as I have more video, I will put it up for you. We don't have the video yet from the actual greeting, which is supposed to happen in 32 minutes. Yeah, at the top of the hour, we're supposed to have the video from the greeting. So thank you for being with us. We're bringing you live coverage. We're going to bring you, oh, I got the street view. I have the street view. It's working. Street view camera is working from Beijing. Seems to be working. Let's see if I can get it up on the screen for you. All right. I'm getting you the street view right now. It was working before, then it wasn't working from AFP. Let's see here. I can see it. I don't have it. It takes me a minute to get it up on the screen. All right. Is it working? I can see it. I can see a street view from Beijing. Are you ready? Here it is. Unbelievable. Uncredible. It's Beijing. Street view. I bet is there volume on this? Oh, there is. Oh my gosh. Look at this. I got to put my headphones on. Wow. It's Beijing Street View. It's crying baby in China. Hey, thanks to Cosmic Brownies. Cosmic Brownie 76, thank you. I don't know what building they're looking at, but it is a street view. Tess H says, always wanted to visit. Oh, hold on. I'm about to get the other video. I am about to get more video. More video coming up from Chinese television. Ooh. Give me a moment, guys. We're about to get video from Chinese television. As soon as I have that, I'm going to put it on the screen for you. Thank you so much, Sherlock Holmes, for the memberships. Very nice of you, Sherlock Holmes. Thank you. Also, Thomas Hastings, thank you. And Seize the Days, thank you so much. I'm seeing the title screen for the Chinese TV video, which we have access to, but it's not live yet. As soon as that goes live, that's going to be the one. So as soon as that goes live, we'll have that for you. Appreciate you. Now, our viewer SE claims that that is the Immigration Bureau. I have no idea. That's what our viewer claims. While we're waiting, let me mention a couple things from this Associated Press article about the summit. AP says spending so much time with President Xi will give Trump ample time to discuss a series of thorny topics. These topics include Iran and trade, but also Taiwan and a possible three-way nuclear arms deal featuring Washington, Beijing, and Russia. Still, progress. Oh, wait a second. Hold on. Wait, watch this. What's this? What's happening? What's going on with the camera? Is there an issue with the camera? I saw what looked like a police officer. Now what's happening? They make a move? This is via AFP, but I assume AFP might have a local person filming this. Yeah, I'm sure the person filming it is not like some random person who has never done this before. But it looks like they might have moved the person. Whoa. What's that? Is there any chance like that's where Trump is staying or something? I don't know. I mean, I don't know why the focus is on that building. I don't know what building this is. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, 2 police officers. Uh-oh. 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 Maybe they just made them move the camera. Doesn't look like they're throwing them out. Ferrito says told him to move back. I mean, it does appear the guy has moved back. So they are letting the camera be there. Again, my assumption is that the person shooting this is somebody who's done this kind of thing in China before and is not just doing it without approval and without knowing the proper procedures. I'm guessing if a random person went out there and just started recording things with a camera and they didn't know who they were, that might be a big issue. I don't know for sure. That'd be my guess. So as soon as I have the footage, I have an update. Hold on a second. The White House press pool reports. Danny Kemp from AFP reports. Hold on. Now what? Now what? The police is talking to him again.
Huh? 你要不住这儿，你别在这地儿让人拍了，人家住这儿呢。下车的地方，车道有车，你也是住店的吗？把您这架子，走往那儿溜溜。把您这架子往边上搬搬。
Oh my gosh! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! What's happening now?
大姐，那边。
Oh.
你那是听不懂中文是吗？
Wow, they're right in. There's 2 police right there.
听不懂中文是吗？有翻译软件吗您？
Please move your location.
你告诉他可以这么前后走着。
Oh, is there an interpreter there? Maybe the guy's with an interpreter. Move. Now what? Huh. Now where's he going? Another police. Hey, thanks to Jet Souls Forever. Jet Souls Forever thinks it's being confiscated. They haven't confiscated it yet. Right, now what? Now I see the ground. A lot of drama. Via AFP camera. Now what? Now what happened? Is that a different view? Or is it the same view? I almost feel like it's a different camera. I think the shot might have switched. Whoa. Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hey, thanks so much, G2TFL. ATOTGTIL. Thanks so much, GTTFL. I appreciate that. Thank you. We appear to have switched cameras. It's still AFP, though. Now that police officer is looking over. Thank you, Igor Tigor. Thank you, Igor. We are going to have the footage of Trump being greeted by Xi. We will have that when it happens. For now, we are looking at some footage from Beijing. While we have it. Uh-oh. Now what? Now what? Now what? Uh-oh. There's another officer. Oh my gosh. One of the viewers just pointed out the surveillance camera there. Hey, thank you so much, Daniel Moore. That's very generous of you. Thank you, Daniel. Dan says they don't have a problem with the camera. Dan says they all have cameras over there. In the U.S., we have a couple firearms per person. In Asia, it's like a couple cameras per person. They're crazy about cameras. So Dan thinks they don't have problems with cameras per se, which very well could be the case. There definitely seemed to be some sort of issue with the previous camera person. I don't know what that was. I don't know if that was a location thing or what. They're letting this person be there, though. Hey, Daniel Moore Vanden, that is so nice of you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. Vanden. Thank you, Steve SRB. Is Steve in South Africa?
No. No. 全都 no.
Yes.
我不会讲英语。
Yes 可以。
会讲
Oh, no, Steve is in Serbia, I think.
Chinese. 你会说英语吗 ？No.
no.
What is this? Steve SRB from Serbia. Thank you, Steve. Steve says classic communist China, no freedom. Oh, the video switch. New video. New video. Oh, this is the one from before, I think. I think we're back to the one from before. Thank you also, BJax111, for your support. And Tyler Spragle T for being a member. Thank you. No, this is not. This is AFP cameras that I'm getting. We're going to see the state media shortly. State media is coming up. But what we're looking at right now is the AFP cameras from China. But very soon we're going to have state TV coverage. Less than 15 minutes till the meeting. Hey, thanks Steve SRB, who's from Serbia. Steve says, yes, I am in Serbia, and I am saying this living in an ex-communist state. Thank you, Stone. Oh, look at this. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Steve. Look at this. Look at, wow, this is really something. Interesting. Live Beijing. Live Beijing cam. Somehow, we're looking at a live Beijing cam via AFP. Thank you so much, BJax111, who gave 5 memberships. Thank you, BJax. So nice of you. Old Man Yells at Cloud says China looks nice. Again, uh-oh, watch this. What's happening now? Police. Police. Uh-oh. Oh, police. So we're waiting for the... Oh, I was going to mention about the pool. Hold on a second. We have a report from the travel pool. President Trump has departed. President Trump is en route to the meeting. President Trump is en route to the meeting, by the way. White House press pool says President Trump left the motorcade. His motorcade left about 5 minutes ago. So President Trump is traveling to the meeting now. Okay. White House press pool says that a band was rehearsing the Star-Spangled Banner in the Great Hall of the People, awaiting for Xi and Trump to arrive. A couple hundred Chinese primary school children in brightly colored outfits are rehearsing their welcome routine by the stairs leading up to the Great Hall, with the girls waving flowers and the boys U.S. and Chinese flags and chanting, "Welcome, welcome, welcome to China." That's according to Danny Kemp, AFP White House press pool. So President Trump is on his way to the meeting. We are going to be getting footage soon of the meeting. Now what's happening? Maybe the motorcade's going to drive by here. Is the motorcade going to drive by here? Guys, maybe? Motorcade? No? I don't know. Rico says, "I think he's passing in the beast here. Maybe the motorcade's coming by." I mean, that would make more sense why the camera's there. I don't know, though. Are they booting people out? Why are people running? There's people running. Oh, the White House went live? That's good to know. Hold on a moment. Yeah, the White House feed is live too. Hold on. I got to get that ready too. I'll have the White House feed ready too. We got a bunch of feeds ready to go. We're going to have the China TV feed too. Oh, I have a feed. I have a feed right now. I have one I can show you. Different feed. Different feed I can show you. All right, we're going to go away from this camera for a second. Hang on. No, I'm going to show you a different feed right now. Look at this, right here, right here, hold on. Wait a second. This is a Reuters feed. Reuters feed, look at this. Oh my gosh, crazy. Wow. Reuters feed.
Just the way it is. Because I remember I was at the airport yesterday and I saw just red flags too. I was like, I wonder why.
Chairman Mao.
Just because there's planes.
Whoa, 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 look at this. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, it's crazy. It's a whole thing.
Yeah. Yeah, because I know red is the famous color. Yeah. We might do that. I don't know. I'm not sure. We don't have that.
Thanks everybody for being with us for our coverage. I didn't even realize we had this camera. We got this camera a few minutes ago, but I just realized it.
Oh, gotcha. That makes sense.
Thank you, Roving Ricky. Are there armed police patrolling? Well, we saw a lot of police. I'm not sure that they were all armed, but we've seen a bunch of police. Thanks, Eliza Jane, as well. So President Trump's going to be arriving soon at the... Oh, hold on a second. President Trump's going to be arriving shortly. I got to keep an eye on all my different feeds. Look at this. Wow. Oh my God. It's Pete Hegseth. It's Scott Bessent. It's Marco Rubio. Oh my gosh. It's happening, guys. It is happening. It's Elon Musk. It's Elon Musk. It's Tim Cook. Wow. Look at this. I just saw Stephen Chung. Up. Lara Trump is there.
Still in the ring? You let him in the ring? I don't know if he's still in the ring, but I know
Wow. Oh my gosh, Louis R. gave 50 memberships. That's so nice of Louis R. Thank you, Louis R. We are waiting in Beijing for President Trump to show up. A bunch of the cabinet is there. I see Eric Trump and Lara Trump there. Some CEO is there. We saw Elon Musk is there. Look at this. Look at the ceremony going on. Thanks to all of our moderators as well. This is we're at the Great Hall of the People, I believe. Oh, hold on. I have a second shot. Give me a moment here. I have a second shot. I just need a moment to get it on the screen for you. Now, so I'm going to put this here. And look at this. How do I do this? Okay. We need to get the second shot on the screen for you. Ooh, 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 ooh. Whoa. That is from Chinese TV. I think instead of, I'm just going to switch back and forth instead of doing the split screen. Look at that. Hold on. That is from Chinese state television. And we are waiting for Trump to show up. Any moment, Trump shows up. So there they are. See in the lower left, they're on the stairs. So in the lower left, that's where like Elon Musk and Marco Rubio is on the stairs there on the lower left. Whoa. Whoa. Whoa.
No stand up. No stand up.
Oh, they're showing it. Hold on. I have another thing to show you. President Xi is coming out. It's President Xi. Where is it here? There's President Xi. Wow. There's a lot going on right now. There's so much happening. Okay, look at this. Now, look at this right now. We got a lot going on now. Is that President Trump's motorcade? I think it is. Look at this. Double coverage. I have 3 shots. I don't know what to show. There's so much to show. Look at this. Wow. Oh my God, there it is. There's the car. There's literally 3 different cameras. So I'm doing my best to just show you the best shot. Is that Trump's car? Maybe? The Beast? They're opening the door. It's President Trump. It's President Trump. It's President Trump. Oh my gosh, it's President Trump. He is walking to see President Xi. They're going to shake hands right now. Oh my gosh, they're shaking hands. They are shaking hands. Wow. President Trump and President Xi are shaking hands. They are posing for some photos. Incredible. This feed is ahead of the other one. It's ahead of the other one. So let's stay on this. This is ahead of the other shot. So I'm going to stay on this shot. Okay, it's Xi and Trump. I got to change the headline though. Okay, there they go. They're walking. You can see Xi and Trump on the Reuters camera. There's Marco Rubio, Jensen Huang, Scott Bessent. Elon Musk and Pete Hegseth. And Tim Cook and others. Hey, it's Stephen Miller. Is that James Blair? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. President Xi is greeting members of the American delegation. Eric Trump is there, Lara Trump is there, Stephen Chung is there. Oh, I have a different angle. A different angle. Hold on a second. Let me show you this. This was moments ago. Just to show you here, that's a different angle. But here's caught up because one feed is ahead of the other. All right, that's live right there. The other feed is a few seconds behind. So let's stick on the live feed. This is the live feed right here. There they are, Xi and Trump. Wow. Whoa. Whoa. National anthem time. Wow. Whoa. Wow. Whoa, now what? Now what? Wow. Look at this. Xi and Trump talking now? I think they're going inside. Looks like they're going up the stairs. Look at this. Xi is talking to Trump and pointing things out. He is pointing things out. He is pointing more things out to Trump. He is pointing. He is pointing more. And the interpreter is interpreting. Let's go in. I think he said, let's go in, maybe. Now, will we get to see inside it all? We'll have to see. All right, now hold on. Now, we'll keep an eye on this camera. This camera appears to be moving.
If Rachel can bring us in, I'm going to go first. Okay, I'm going to bring up.
Whoa. 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 Whoa.
Alex, be careful.
Whoa. Careful. Careful, everyone. Are they going inside? Camera's still rolling. Camera is still rolling. Now the White House feed is over.
您是那铺的是吗？对，铺的，联合采访的。稍等啊。我这转场，然后。
Maybe they'll just do an outside shot.
Oh, okay.
Maybe they just set up outside.
我们联合采访，是有联合采访的，在这儿。
Where are the shift arm?
Alex is over there. Move over to this side. My pool, move over here.
哎，谁带这个？谁在前面看一下？
齐了吗？没有齐，我们。
The kids are still there. The kids who cheered are still there. See the kids standing there? Maybe they'll let the kids go home soon. I don't know. There they are. There are all the kids.
齐了没有？齐了，走吧。是啊，放开吧。
Are they going in? Whoa! Bonus coverage. Bonus coverage. Look at this bonus coverage. Wow. It's like they're all going in at once. This is something. This is really something. They're being let in. Wow. Reuters camera. Still have the signal. Bonus coverage right now. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. The door, they're at the door, but the door is closed. Breaking news, the door is closed.
新维斯的同志，来一位，新维斯。拿东西。来，这都是被前面那摘了是吧
I see a chandelier.
在前面那个。你们后面。
I see a chandelier.
后面有人，前面有人。对，咱们后面有人可以跟我说来。
Oh my gosh.
好，你垫后吧，我跟宝宝在前面。
What's going to happen next?
大家不用着急，等会儿。The leaders will wait for you.
Guys, don't rush because we still have.
Guys, don't rush.
Okay.
They will only start after you get the rank. Okay, don't rush.
Okay, one by one. One by one. 2 by 2.
可以吗？
The door is opening. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. They're going in. The camera's going in to the great hall of the people. Look at this. Unbelievable. IRL streaming from Reuters. All right.
Sorry. Wait for a moment. Sorry.
Mark.
Yeah.
That way?
Yeah. Sorry.
Once again, I think you want to go right around a big screen.
This is the great hall of the people.
Sorry.
Is this just the U.S. travel pool?
No,
Who are all you guys? Only travel pool.
Hold here.
Only travel pool. US travel pool.
Sorry.
Only U.S. travel pool. Shh. Only U.S. travel pool.
Oh, no. 还有人呢？李志。No.
Uh-oh. Let's hope this camera's in the travel pool.
行。Mark, color temperature.
Yeah.
No idea. Where's Mark? Over there.
These are the Chinese guys. You guys need to back up. This is White House only. White House only. White House only. White House only.
Whoa. They're in the room now. Whoa, look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Wow. Big table. Big table. Oh, speaking.
当现在已经变局加速演进，国际形势变动交织，世界走到新的时期，中美两国能不能跨越 所谓的修昔底德陷阱，开创大国关系的新范式，能不能携手应对全球挑战，为世界注入更多的稳定性？能不能彰显两国人民的福祉和人类前途命运，共同开创两国关系的美好未来？这些可以说是历史之问、世界之问、人民之问，也是我同您作为大国领导人需要共同书写的。能不能携手应对全球挑战，为世界注入更多的稳定性？能不能着眼两国人民的福祉和人类前途命运，共同开创两国关系的美好未来？这些可以说是历史之问、世界之问、人民之问，也是我同您作为大国领导人需要共同书写的时代答卷。今年是美国独立250周年，我向你和美国人民表示祝贺。我始终认为，中美之间的共同利益大于分歧，中美各自成功是彼此的机遇，中美关系稳定是世界的利好。双方合则两利，斗则俱伤，应当做伙伴而不是对手，相互成就，共同繁荣，走出一条新时代大国正确相处之道。我期待着同总统先生就事关两国和世界的
to set the course for and steer the giant ship of China-U.S. relations, so as to make 2026 a historic landmark year that opens up a new chapter in China-U.S. relations. I will pause here and hand over to you, Mr. President. Thank you.
Here comes Trump.
President Xi, I want to thank you very much. First of all, that was an honor like few have ever seen before. And I think I was particularly impressed by those children. They were happy. They were beautiful. The military is obvious. It couldn't be better, but those children were amazing, and they represent so much. And I know they represent so much to you. You and I have known each other now for a long time. In fact, the longest relationship of our two countries that any president and president has had. And that's, to me, an honor. We've had a fantastic relationship. We've gotten along. When there were difficulties, we worked it out. I would call you, and you would call me. And whenever we had a problem, people don't know, whenever we had a problem, we worked it out very quickly. We're going to have a fantastic future together. Such respect for China, the job you've done. You're a great leader. I say it to everybody. You're a great leader. Sometimes people don't like me saying it, but I say it anyway because it's true. I only say the truth. And I just want to say on behalf of all of the great delegation that we have the greatest businessmen, the biggest, and I guess the best in the world. We have amazing people, and they're all with me. Every single one of them, we asked the top 30 in the world, every single one of them said yes. And I didn't want the second or the third in the company. I wanted only the top. And they're here today to pay respects to you and to China. And they look forward to trade and doing business. And it's going to be totally reciprocal on our behalf. So I really look very much forward to our discussion. It's a big discussion. There are those that say this is maybe the biggest summit ever. They can never remember anything like it. I can say in the United States, people aren't talking about anything else. But it's an honor to be with you. It's an honor to be your friend. And the relationship between China and the USA is going to be better than ever before. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, let's see. Let's see. All right, that might. Do we have any more feed? All right, that was the White House feed. Let's go to the other feed. Now, I think that's going to be it for this feed. Now, there's one other feed. The Reuters feed is like in some room somewhere. All right, that's the Chinese TV feed via Reuters. So we have that. So we got to hear President Trump speak. Now we'll go here. That's the Reuters camera. It's in some room somewhere. There we go. The Reuters camera is sitting there. Oh, now we don't have the Reuters camera anymore. I think that might be for the cameras for now. Let's see. We may have lost the cameras for now. I don't know when we'll see something again. You know, he's supposed. It looks like they lost their signal. We don't need that. We don't need the clock. They're supposed to go visit like a temple, I think, after the meeting. I don't know when that's going to be, and if there's going to be video of it. There might be video of it. Further live coverage is expected. We'll take some comments from you guys. That was quite a whole thing, though. Quite a whole ceremony. All right, so I'll keep an eye. As soon as I have other footage, I'll show it to you. Hey, really quick, I want to thank a couple people. Thank you to actually, I should change the headline. Trump and Xi meeting in China now. Thanks to Man with Two Eyes for your support, and Conwall Deep for your support. Conwall thinks this meeting is about saving the petrodollar. Conwall thinks China was going to crash the dollar by dumping U.S. treasuries after U.S. cut its oil supplies. The war is about preventing Russia, China, Iran from starting their own oil bloc. That's what Conwall Deep said. Thank you, Conwall Deep, for your support. Thank you also, Haroon Aq. Thanks, Mimi Cafe Light. Thanks, Prep Mom, for your support. Who says parents who say shh are typically louder than their children. That's what Prep Mom says. Thank you, Martin Ging. Thank you, Igor Tigor. Thank you, Paul 108, Brandy 75, Tyler Sprague T, and Claire Bentley, and Starburst 23, who says they know he loves the pomp and circumstance. Well played. Also, Stephen Briones, Temi Dank, thank you. Man with Two Eyes says, looks like China's 2050 plan is going to come to fruition. Thanks also to CC on Twitch, Yup and Yup on Twitch, Drunken Llama, Tech Slug, thanks for the gift subscriptions on Twitch. And also Home Vic on Twitch for subscribing, and Andy and Austin for the bits, Pathless Cross for subscribing, CC as well, thank you. So they are meeting now. We can't watch the whole meeting, but we're supposed to get more video. So I guess we'll wait and see what we see next. Schedule TBD. So I'm keeping an eye on it, but let me see what else I have here. We'll take some comments from you. More live coverage expected. Should I leave for now I can leave this on the screen. Maybe I'll leave this on the screen for right now. We'll go with the with this. That's a live shot of Beijing. But as soon as I get other video from like where they are, I will throw it up there for you. Let's take some comments from you guys. What did you think about all that? Let's see. Creative Capybara says the Chinese children seem perfectly fine to me. Not our job to police other countries' regimes. Do you guys want to see the part with the Chinese children again? With the children when they all cheered? Hold on. We can check that out again if you want. Why don't we replay that moment? Let's watch the kids when they cheered. Here it is. So this is going to be moments ago. I'm going to put it on the screen for you right now. This is moments ago when we saw the children cheer, when Xi and Trump were walking. Okay, here it is. I think it's right here. There we go. There are the kids. There are the kids. That was it. So that was the kids. That was the kids. In case you missed it before. That's a live shot right there. No, we're not going to see that. We're not going to watch it again right now. Maybe later. We just saw it for a second time. Thanks, Carol's Dark Sarcasm, by the way. Also, Stacy TW, thanks for being a member. Thanks, Peggy SoCal. Peggy SoCal, thanks so much for the memberships. Also, Chris Bartlett for being a member. Thanks so much, Chris Bartlett. Hey, let me shout out our moderators real quick here. I really appreciate our moderators being here during our coverage. We have moderating. Ruth is moderating right now. Thank you so much, Ruth. And Leslie Ladyhawk and Haley Girl are both there. Thank you. Over on Twitch, DJ Dialogue, I got that fire. Sarah and Surly Dev, Linda Balk, Larry, and Misha moderate for us on X. Also, thanks to our Facebook moderators. We have moderating here K. Larry Body, Michael Fergal, moderator in training. Paul Anderson's modding. Thanks, Paul. Andrea Holder, thank you. So again, they are meeting right now. I don't know how long it's going to take. After the meeting, they're supposed to visit, I believe, a temple. But I don't know yet if we're going to get video of them visiting the temple. Hey, AZ Intel's dad. Thank you, AZ Intel's dad. And thanks for shouting out our moderators, AZ Intel's dad. Here's, Reuters already has an update. Trump and Xi begin Beijing talks with trade truce, Iran war at stake. President Trump received a grand welcome at Beijing's Great Hall of the People today, ahead of talks with China's Xi Jinping, set to cover their fragile trade truce, the Iran war, and U.S. arms sales to Taiwan. This is the first visit by a president to China from the U.S. since Trump did it in 2017. Joining him on the trip are a group of CEOs looking to resolve issues with China, including Elon Musk and NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang. Trump has said his first request to Xi will be to open up China to U.S. industry. Kicking off the pomp-filled two-day summit, Trump was greeted by Xi on the red carpet outside the imposing ceremonial building, with the leaders shaking hands and smiling warmly. A brass band played the national anthems before the leaders strolled past rows of military honor guard and children waving flowers and U.S. and Chinese flags, with Trump occasionally patting Xi on the back. Oh, thank you to Liz ZY, ZY4BJ. Liz, I'll just say Liz. Liz ZY, Lizzie. Maybe it's Lizzie. Lizzie, who says, my parents were on the very first tour in 1978 when China was open to the world. We have some pretty cool things that my parents brought back. Very neat. Thank you, Lizzie. And Shaft, thanks for being a member. Semaphore says, too bad Steve Jobs didn't live to do stuff like this. I am keeping an eye out for further coverage. We're supposed to have further video after they meet, I guess. But we'll have to wait and see what that is. Thomas Darwin says Taiwan is a sore spot. Black Cat says this has to be a kick in the blank to the Iranian regime. Well, I don't know exactly what they're going to discuss. This trip, I believe, was planned before the Iran war broke out. And then it got delayed initially because of the war. So after the Great Hall meeting at the Great Hall of the People, Xi and Trump are scheduled to tour the UNESCO heritage site Temple of Heaven. Now, there's a state banquet, but the state banquet is until 6 p.m. So maybe we'll get to see them tour this Temple of Heaven. Reuters says both sides are eager to maintain a trade truce struck last October in which Trump suspended triple-digit tariffs on Chinese goods and President Xi backed away from choking global supplies of rare earths, vital in making items from electric cars to weapons. They are also expected to discuss forums to support mutual trade and investment and dialogue on AI issues. Washington looks to sell Boeing airplanes, farm goods, and energy to China to cut a trade deficit that has long irked Trump, while Beijing wants the U.S. to ease curbs on exports of chip-making equipment and advanced semiconductors. Aside from trade matters, Trump is expected to encourage China to convince Iran to make a deal with Washington to end the conflict, but analysts doubt that President Xi will be willing to push Iran hard or end its support for Iran's military, given Iran's value to Beijing as a strategic counterweight to the U.S. U.S. Secretary of State Rubio told Fox News aboard Air Force One that it was in China's interest to help resolve the crisis, as many of its ships are stuck in the Gulf, and a showdown in the global economy would hurt Chinese exporters. For President Xi, U.S. arms sales to Taiwan, the democratically governed island claimed by China, will be a top priority. China reiterated Wednesday its opposition to those arms sales, with the status of a $14 billion package of arms awaiting Trump's approval still unclear. Hectate, our viewer, says, I think good things are going to happen. Brad Davis says China does not agree to anything. 10:47 a.m. China time. I'm just checking something here. AP thinks that progress beyond pleasantries might prove elusive. AP says Jim Lewis, a tech policy fellow at the Center for European Policy Analysis, said, neither side will make much progress on the two major foreign policy issues. Trump will press the Chinese to help him on Iran. They will be unwilling. The Chinese will press Trump to make concessions on Taiwan. We'll see what we get out of that. China is the largest purchaser of Iranian oil, yet Trump has sought to downplay suggestions that he will press Xi to do more to pressure Iran to open the strait. Even as White House officials say, Trump will be making that case to China's leader behind closed doors. AP also says looming large is the status of Taiwan, given that China is displeased with U.S. plans to sell weapons to Taiwan. That the Chinese government claims Taiwan is part of its own territory. The Trump administration has approved an $11 billion weapons package for Taiwan, but has yet to begin fulfilling it. Taiwan is the world's leading chip maker, producing components essential to the development of artificial intelligence. Trump has sought to bolster trade deals with Taiwan that can stimulate chip production in the U.S. The U.S. and China reached a trade truce last year that calmed each side's threats to impose steep tariffs on the other. The White House says there have been ongoing discussions and mutual interest in extending the agreement, though it is unclear whether any such announcement could come during Trump's visit. Trump has said he will ask President Xi to give U.S. firms greater access to the Chinese market, urging his Chinese counterpart to open up China so that these brilliant people can work their magic, he said. President Trump is also looking to extend a deal that allows China to continue exporting rare earth minerals to the U.S. Top American officials have also said Trump will raise the idea of the U.S., China, and Russia signing a pact setting limits on the nuclear weapons each nation keeps in its arsenal, an idea that Beijing has previously viewed skeptically. That is from AP. Is the war from Iran still on or no? Yes, it is. There's a ceasefire, but the war is still on. Iran is still blocking the Strait of Hormuz. The U.S. is still blockading Iran. There was an interesting thing with Kuwait today. This is what the Iranian foreign minister posted. Foreign Minister Araghchi said today, in a clear attempt to sow discord, Kuwait has unlawfully attacked an Iranian boat and detained 4 of our citizens in the Persian Gulf. This illegal act took place near an island used by the U.S. to attack Iran. We demand immediate release of our nationals and reserve right to respond. Now you might say, what is he talking about? Which island? Why? When did this happen? Well, I think it was yesterday that this was reported, or that Kuwait said this yesterday. If I can pull it up for you, here's what Kuwait said yesterday. Here. Kuwait yesterday said, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs expresses the state of Kuwait's strong condemnation and denunciation of the infiltration of Bubiyan Island by an armed group of elements from Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps. The group's aim was to carry out hostile acts against the state of Kuwait and their subsequent clash with the Kuwaiti armed forces before being apprehended, which resulted in the injury of a member of the Kuwaiti armed forces. Let me show you where Bubiyan Island is. So that was Bubiyan Island. Bubiyan. Oops, here. There it is. So there's Iran, and there's Kuwait, and there's the island right there. So Kuwait says it apprehended several Iranians, and Iran says that Kuwait has illegally attacked an Iranian boat and detained 4 of our citizens near an island used by the U.S. to attack Iran. Right in there. So we'll see what comes from that. Pre-breakfast banana says, come on, people, let's work this out. Tennessee B says, the IRGC says, only we can do things like that. We're waiting to see more footage after the meeting. We might see no live video right now. I mean, this is a live video, but there's no live video of them meeting. We don't get to watch the whole meeting. Thanks to Boba J. Fett and Tech Slug and CC on Twitch, by the way. But Xi and Trump are supposed to go tour. Keep forgetting the name of it. I believe a temple. Maybe we'll get to watch them tour the temple. Wall Street says 10 different countries all involved in the Iran war, too messy. Hang on a moment. I'm checking some other comments people have sent in. Our viewer, Jonathan After Dark, wrote in earlier, the police over there take their job very seriously. They don't like to be recorded. Thanks, Jonathan, for writing in. The meeting is live on many channels. Well, it's not on the White House. It's not on Chinese TV. It's not on the U.S. the U.S. network pool is showing people driving around. That's a replay. I'm not aware of a single channel where it's live. But our viewer says it's live on many channels. One of our viewers insists it's live on many channels. I'm looking at all of the Fox News, MS Now, CNN, U.S. network pool, Reuters, AP. It's not live on any of them. Why would it? They're not going to have the whole meeting live anyway. They're not going to want to have the whole meeting on camera. No, none of our viewers are saying it's not either. But we're waiting to see, will we get to see them after the meeting? CNN says that the first 5 Chinese officials who greeted President Trump at about an hour ago at the event, aside from President Xi, were Xi's chief of staff, China's top diplomat Wang Yi, China's lead negotiator on economic and trade affairs with Washington, China's defense minister, and China's top economic planner. Maybe President Trump will post something on Truth Social during the meeting. Here is a post, by the way, that President Trump made about a day ago. About 24 hours ago. President Trump said, CNBC incorrectly reported that the great Jensen Huang of NVIDIA was not invited to the incredible gathering of the world's greatest businessmen and women proudly going to China. In actuality, Jensen is currently on Air Force One. This was a day ago, and unless I ask him to leave, which is highly unlikely, CNBC's reporting is incorrect, or as they say in politics, fake news. It is an honor to have Jensen, Elon, Tim Apple, Larry Fink, Schwartzman, Kelly Ortberg, Boeing, Brian Sykes, Cargill, Jane Fraser, Citi, Larry Culp, GE Aerospace, David Solomon, Goldman Sachs, Sanjay Mehrotra, Micron, Cristiano Amon, Qualcomm, and many others journeying to the great country of China where I will be asking President Xi, a leader of extraordinary distinction, to open up China so that these brilliant people can work their magic and help bring the People's Republic to an even higher level. In fact, I promise that when we are together, which will be in a matter of hours, I will make that my very first request. I have never seen or heard of any idea that would be more beneficial to our incredible countries. Tim Apple is Tim Cook, who is the CEO of Apple. He's going to be stepping down as CEO in September. Mr. Rubik says, good old Tim Apple. Vil Moragar says, this is such cope. China doesn't want any of that. So that's what President Trump had to say. We'll be getting more footage when the meeting... I have no idea how long this meeting is. How long has the meeting been going on for? I'd have to check my own broadcast. Let's see. How long has the meeting been going on for? I can check my own broadcast. Let's see. Been going on. If I rewind, not that long. Looks like about 35 minutes or something. It's not that long. But this is also, it's like the huge table, a meeting at a huge table. I don't know. Maybe they'll do a more private meeting later. I mean, if you missed it, I'll show you what the table looks like. But it's gigantic. Here, here's a screen grab of the table. Oops. There. That's what the table looks like. There's a lot of people there. Ruth says they will do a one-on-one. It's a little blurry in that shot, but if I play it, there, that's better. That's where they're meeting. Dan Cruz, too, says, huge table. Oh, you know what happened? Why is this all messed up here? What did I do here? Something's wrong up here. Oh, I know what's happening. I see. That's fine. It'll be fine. Edgar Allan Poe says that is a big table. Thanks, TechSlug, by the way, for your support. Some people were asking for a poll. I wasn't sure what to ask about the meeting. I don't really want to just say, will it accomplish something? It's kind of a very general question. Tui thinks they'll play golf later? I hadn't heard about that, Tui. I'll ask a question because people wanted to do a poll. We haven't done a poll yet. Will this meeting help shorten the Iran war? Yes or no? I'll ask a question. Since people wanted to do a poll, I will at least post that. I'm posting it right now. I'm posting it right now. Here is you guys thinking about what to do in the poll. Let's show you what you said. By the way, thanks so much to Randy Economy and William Bowser and Michael Fergal and Kristen McConnell Gates and Brian Davio for the Facebook stars. That's very nice of you. Now, let's see what people had to say. I said, will this meeting help shorten the Iran war? On YouTube, 74% say no. On Facebook, 65% say no. On Twitch, 84% say no. Majority of you are a no. Vibe Trading says people are just negative and pessimistic. These Days of War says, say yes, people, we need all the help we can get. Sarah thinks she doesn't like Trump. That's why he didn't meet Trump getting off the plane. I don't know if that's how maybe that's how they normally do things with these state visits. I don't know enough about Chinese state visits. We're waiting to see what happens after the meeting and if we're going to see any video of them touring the temple. Moot thinks this has nothing to do with Iran. Thanks, Raised by the Wolves. A number of our viewers are claiming that the CIA has raided Tulsi Gabbard's office. Honestly, I really don't see much reporting about this. I believe Jesse Waters posted about it from Fox, but I really don't see it widely reported at all. I really know nothing about it. So I'm not positive what's going on with that. I looked before and I really couldn't find much. I found a Jesse Waters X post about it. Anna Luna tweeted about it. Well, again, I mean, if Anna Paulina Luna tweeted about it, that doesn't mean it's necessarily true. So I don't know. Anna Paulina Luna, representative from Florida, claims that the CIA took documents from Tulsi Gabbard's office. But she quoted a post online that was from not a news outlet that claims a CIA whistleblower said it. So Anna Paulina Luna reposted a post from somebody who said that the CIA seized boxes of JFK and MK Ultra files that were being processed by the ODNI's Office for Declassification, and said that story was from CIA whistleblower James Erdman III. So I have no idea if this is true. I really know nothing about this, and I don't know anything about James Erdman III. Anyways, I'll keep an eye out, but I really, oh, sorry. I got all messed up with the on screen. Let me just end the poll. I didn't realize this was still up there. Anyways, the majority of you said that this meeting will not help shorten the Iran war. Thanks for voting in the poll. Thanks, by the way, to Chris Renfro for the membership. Gift membership. Also, Raised by the Wolves. Thank you so much, Raised by the Wolves. And Dawn says it's interesting to see the country of China. I agree. Thank you, Dawn. Yeah, I just can't really comment about that story. It doesn't seem very well sourced at the moment, and I don't really personally have many details on it, so I'll have to see what else gets reported or not about it. Yeah, TMZ says the CIA has raided Tulsi Gabbard's office according to reports. And then they have a Twitter post from Jesse Waters. And then Jesse Waters said that the Fauci whistleblower James Erdman III claimed this. So again, TMZ is giving you nothing new in terms of sourcing. They don't have independent sourcing. They're just quoting this person, CIA whistleblower James Erdman III, who seems to be the only original source for this story. I don't know anything about him. I don't really know the details of this, so I can't really say much about it. But right now it seems that everybody is quoting this one whistleblower person. So as I say, you need to read the article. Just because an outlet is posting about it does not mean they have original sourcing. Often you have a case where different outlets are posting about stuff, and then if you follow the trail, it all leads back to one original report. The White House press pool reports, Danny Kemp from AFP reports from China and says, CEOs Elon Musk, Jensen Huang, and Tim Cook were spotted leaving the front entrance of the Great Hall of the People. And the pool shouted some questions to them about how the meetings had gone as they went down the steps to their bus. Hey, let me put this on the screen for you guys. I just saw a new report from the White House press pool from about 10 minutes ago. Let me put this on the screen so you can see what I'm looking at. Yes, Tim Apple, as President Trump says. This is from Danny Kemp, who's AFP White House correspondent. So it says CEOs Elon Musk, Jensen Huang, and Tim Cook were spotted leaving the front entrance of the Great Hall of the People, and the press pool shouted some questions about how the meetings had gone as they went down the steps to their bus. Wonderful, said Musk. Asked what had been achieved, Musk said many good things. Tim Cook gave a peace sign, then the thumbs up. Meetings went well, said Jensen Huang. Mr. Xi and President Trump were incredible. Oh, the pool is now moving to a new location, guys. It's possible that the meetings are now over, at least the initial meeting at the Great Hall of the People. The pool is going to a new location. So maybe we'll get some more videos soon. Apparently. Let me keep an eye on. Hang on. I need to keep an eye on a couple cameras to see if we're going to get more footage here. Hold on. Hold on, guys. Hold on. I think there's a new location. I know there's a new location because the pool feed, which I don't have, I cannot use, is at a different location. But that bodes well for more coverage. So just give me a second here. Bear with me. I do believe that we are going to have I have video right now. I have a live shot for you right now. This is the same location, but it's outside. I think. Hold on a second here. What's happening? Now I'm confused. Now I'm confused. Let's get this sorted out. That's further live coverage is expected. Okay, that's fine. That's further live coverage is expected. Give me one moment. Right. So I think we're going to get video. Again, the DC pool camera is already at the new location, which is the Temple of Heaven. But I believe we're going to get video that I can show you from there. So let me just make sure I have these cameras where I can see them. I bet the White House might show it too, although I don't know for sure. So let me just pull everything up here. Thanks for your patience as I keep an eye on all this. And it's what is the name of the place they're at? It's the Temple of Heaven. Is that what it is? I'll show you something about that. Temple of Heaven, guys. Here, this is... Oh, all right, so the video is going to start shortly, I think. What is happening now? No, it's doing this thing. It's like replaying. It's all messed up. Why is it not live? Further live coverage is expected. Temple of Heaven. See, that says Wikipedia Temple of Heaven. It's a complex of imperial religious Confucian buildings situated in the southeastern part of central Beijing. It was visited by emperors of the Ming and then later restored by the Qing dynasties, if I'm saying that right, for annual ceremonies of prayer to heaven. For a good harvest and other seasonal rites, it was inscribed as a World Heritage Site in 1998. It was constructed in the early 1400s. So that is where they're supposed to tour next. UNESCO, says Miss Link. Yes. UNESCO World Heritage Site. United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization. So that's where we're supposed to see them next. But I don't have a shot of it yet for you. As soon as I have it, I'll let you know. One of the viewers asked about UNESCO. Wikipedia says UNESCO is a specialized agency of the UN with the aim of promoting world peace and security through international cooperation in education, arts, sciences, and culture. UNESCO World Heritage Sites are there are about 1,248 properties forming part of the cultural and natural heritage, which the World Heritage Committee considers as having outstanding universal value. That's from UNESCO. I do have the other Beijing feed while we're waiting for the temple feed. Do it this way. Did I get it right? Here. Putting it on for you right now. Trying to. There. There is the Beijing feed. The other Beijing feed. Is it smog? I think it might be, but I'm not positive. Now what's happening? Oh, here we go. Again, we are waiting for the next place where Trump and Xi are visiting. which I just told you about, and I can't remember. It's the temple of something or other. Why can't I remember this? Temple of Heaven. Yes, thank you. Our viewers just told me. Let's take a few comments here from you guys as we wait for the next live shot. U.S. Rights and Freedom says Trump is USA first and is making sure China does not usurp our dollar as they've been working on for decades. Business as usual in the world. I looked yesterday at some of the air quality websites. I don't know what they say today. AQICN.org says Beijing air quality today is 151 unhealthy. That's from AQICN, which is the World Air Quality Project Index, the World Air Quality Index Project site. IQAir.com says Beijing, well, it has some different numbers. Some of them are unhealthy, and some unhealthy for sensitive groups. AccuWeather says air unhealthy, 135. Plume Labs website says bad gateway. Well, that didn't help us. Anyways. WeatherBug says people with respiratory difficulty should refrain from physical activities and keep prescription medications within reach. I don't know if any of these are accurate. I looked up some sites. Mike, St. Louis, Missouri said, I think the AQI was about 230 when I visited. Gemini AI said IQAir.com is the best for global air quality measurements. And IQAir.com says that Beijing, they say it's 156 AQI, which is unhealthy, for whatever that's worth. That's from IQAir. I'm sorry we don't have another live shot yet. I'm waiting. Let's go back to the first one. Oh, if you're wondering, so I just pulled this up from the US government about air quality. Values of index. So what did it say? 151 was it? On IQ Air, I think it said 151 in Beijing. You can see it says red unhealthy 151 to 200. Some members of the general public may experience health effects. Members of sensitive groups may experience more serious health effects. 201 to 300 is very unhealthy. 301 and higher is hazardous. By the way, we were talking earlier about, I was saying, I'm assuming that that people from the US and China meet and talk before this actual summit about what's going to be discussed. The New York Times reports that Scott Bessent and China's vice premier worked late into the night. Well, US negotiators worked late into the night in South Korea, where the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent met with China's vice premier to iron out final details for today's meeting. According to the Times, business leaders have modest expectations. Most expect some sort of announcement that China will buy more Boeing aircraft, energy and beef, and U.S. agricultural products, and the U.S. will establish a new board of trade to oversee those commitments. The Washington Post says Cameron Johnson, a Shanghai-based supply chain consultant in Beijing, who's in Beijing for meetings related to the summit, said the business community has low expectations for what will come out of the event, but is hopeful the two leaders will at least agree on a longer or even indefinite extension of the pause on China's rare earth restrictions, which shocked U.S. companies last year. To achieve this, Johnson said, the U.S. will probably have to agree to loosen its own export controls or soften tariffs. Oh, thank you to E1991M, who says, I think the tariffs last year caused a huge surplus in China and it hurt their supply chain badly. Now that their oil is hurt too, I wonder if China will be more willing to cooperate in these talks. Art of the deal, I guess. Hey, thanks E1991M for your support. I appreciate that. Thank you. Zambo thinks yesterday was worse. You mean the air quality? We were showing this yesterday. We are still waiting for the video from the Temple of Heaven. Aniki says AQI in NYC is 36. According to the IQ Air website, which I was looking at, they say Beijing is what did they say, 151? Beijing is 156. Yeah, New York City. New York is 36, it says. How about Los Angeles? 33. New Delhi, India is 86. Again, Beijing is listed as 156. Higher is worse. Thanks, Joshua Das. Thanks, Joshua. Joshua says, sky don't lie. Thanks also, War Dove for Peace. I appreciate it. War Dove for Peace says, China is taking over the world. Get used to it. Wow. By the way, I'm going to shout out our Twitch subscribers, people like Strong One, Boba J. Fett, Steve God, Midtown Mike. I really appreciate you subscribing over there. Wall Street Shaggy, Seed Music, and Larry Fowl. Thanks, by the way, for first-time chatter Alberto Muniz, who says that's quite a good day for Beijing standard. That's what Alberto claims. Thanks, Your Eulogy, for being a subscriber. Tech Slug, Mr. Mac. Big Blank Nub. Thanks, Big Blank Noob, for being a first-time chatter. Who thinks it looks like air quality of a very robust, active economy? All of our other Twitch subscribers. Thanks, Your Eulogy, for subscribing in Holistic. Also, thanks to Steve SRB from Serbia, who says, IQ Air is a Swiss company. I have their indoor-outdoor sensors. I suggest getting their phone app to see if anyone close by has their sensors. Thank you, Steve. Also, thanks to our YouTube, thanks to CCast31 for subscribing on Twitch. Thanks to our YouTube members as well, people like CAC, Marisol Del Valle, Corib, Chris N., Patricia Grace, Eric Johnson, Red Girl, JD63, Paint and Sound, Davina, David Joe Klotz, Loki, CAC, Gary Baines, Chris N., JD63, our YouTube members. Thank you. They're supposed to go to the temple next, but they haven't gone there yet. As soon as I get footage, I'm supposed to get footage from there that I can show you, and I don't have it yet. As soon as I get it, I will put it on the screen. I don't know what time. I mean, it's the next thing they're doing. The White House pool, sorry, the U.S. network pool has a shot from there, which I don't have the rights to show you, but I don't see them there. It's just a shot of the temple. Temple of Heaven. So I do want to show you that. Pre-breakfast banana says it would be so boss if they did this quick. War's over. I'll see if I see any updates about Iran stuff too. I see Iranian state media is reporting on the Trump-Xi meeting. Oh, the clock. I know. I see what's going on. I see what's happening. Yes, the clock is behind on the top. The clock has stopped. I know why that is. Sorry about that. Thanks for letting me know. There. The clock stopped like 20 minutes ago. Now the clock is back. It's live now. 11:43 a.m. China time. Thanks to Steve SRB. I think it froze for about 20 minutes. Hold on, I'll get it back. I'll get it back again. I see it froze for a second. Just give me a moment here. There, now it's working. I'll see if I have any updates. Oh, the pool is at the temple. Update. I have an update for you. The travel pool, the White House press pool, has arrived at the Temple of Heaven after a hair-raising drive through Beijing and is now going through security again. No info on whether the Trump-Xi meeting is still ongoing. But supplemental pool with president there will let us know when the motorcade moves. So they have just driven from the from the Great Hall of the People to the Temple of Heaven. We can look up on a map what the distance is. So the press, though, is at the Temple of Heaven. So the Great Hall of the People in China there's the Great Hall of the People, and we want directions to the Temple of Heaven. I assume that's it. It's it says a 13-minute drive. It's about it's only about 4.5 kilometers. So it's about 3 miles. It's not that far. It's about 3 miles. So it shouldn't take them long to get there from the here. There's the Temple of Heaven there. And then there is the Great Hall of the People here. Is that it right there? I think. Okay, so not a long drive. We should have it for you soon, I hope. How old is President Xi? I'm going to guess 70. 72. Hang on a moment here. Trying to look at a couple things. So again, the press pool arrived at the Temple of Heaven about 12 minutes ago. The meeting has been going on at the Great Hall of the People. We saw before the start of the meeting. And they've been meeting probably about, well, that was probably about an hour and a half ago when it started. Maybe they're meeting, they were meeting at a big table with a big group of people. Maybe they went off on their own to meet. I haven't heard any kind of details about what's going on at the meeting. My mind spray says big table. If you are wondering about oil price update. Hang on here. One moment. I'm going to pull it up for you. Hold on a moment. Right now we have Brent crude. It's really the same basically as when we looked before. It is about 106. That's basically the same as when we checked before. And WTI crude is about 101. That's from TradingView, tradingview.com. Really not much different than before and pretty similar to what it was yesterday. If you're wondering about Bitcoin, Bitcoin is at about 79,000, says TradingView. Happy Stout claims that she has left the meeting. Is that true? I haven't seen that yet, but let me see if I see anything else. I haven't seen that reported myself. Demo said he did not. I have not seen that report anywhere, nowhere. I'm looking at Chinese sites, American sites, news outlets. They've been meeting for like an hour and a half. There's a state dinner tonight there. They'll get to talk at the state dinner. The Wall Street Journal believes that Xi's goal for the summit is to resolve trade disputes with the U.S. while weakening Washington's commitment to Taiwan. While Trump hopes China will help in brokering an end to the war in Iran and also to announce a bunch of economic deals. Mason D says that's not true about wanting China to help broker the end of the war. President Trump said just the opposite. At one point, President Trump said, we don't need China's help with the war. I think something like that. It certainly could be possible that he said something that's different than what he actually thinks. I don't know for sure. Midtown Mike says that's what Trump said in public. Bloomberg says that Trump has downplayed any negative impact of the war on U.S.-China relations. But U.S. officials have said the revenue that China provides to Iran, as well as potential weapons exports, will be discussed at the summit. Another viewer said he would definitely talk about Iran. I can't remember we've covered him saying various things in the last week or two, and I can't remember everything he said. Our viewer, Mr. T, thinks that China is considering sending weapons and intelligence to Iran. Trump is in for a rude awakening. Ruth said, I remember he said talking about Iran. We're bringing you live coverage. We want to wait and see at least them go to their next stop at the temple, where the White House press pool already is, at the Temple of Heaven, about 3 miles from where the meeting's been going on. Reuters says Iran war overshadows Trump's China visit as peace talks stall. They say U.S. President Trump is expected to ask China to help end the costly and, they say, Reuters, unpopular Iran war in discussions with Xi Jinping, with peace talks stalled and the global economic cost of the conflict increasing. Analysts say Trump is unlikely to get the support he wants. Trump's visit to China, which maintains close ties with Tehran and is a major buyer of Iranian oil, comes as the war fuels inflation at home. Oh, Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, we might have said this before. Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, told Fox News' Hannity on Wednesday that the U.S. hopes to convince China to play a more active role in getting Iran to walk away from what they're doing now and trying to do now in the Persian Gulf. Rubio said, "We've made clear to China that any support for Iran would obviously be detrimental to our relationship. That obviously is going to come up in this conversation on trade," Rubio said. He was being interviewed on Air Force One on the way to China. The Trump administration said Tuesday that senior U.S. and Chinese officials had agreed last month that no country should be able to charge tolls on traffic through the region as Iran has threatened to do. China did not dispute that account. Today, Wednesday, a Chinese supertanker carrying 2 million barrels of Iraqi crude oil, sailed through the Strait of Hormuz, ship tracking data showed, marking the third known passage by a Chinese oil tanker through the channel since the war began. Sources said that other countries are exploring shipping arrangements similar to Iran's deals with Iraq and Pakistan, potentially entrenching Iran's control of the Strait of Hormuz, through which fertilizers, petrochemicals, and other bulk commodities vital to global supply chains normally flow. The oil market is open. The oil market is open from 6 p.m. Eastern Sunday to 5 p.m. Eastern on Friday. And I believe it takes like an hour or two off during the day, but it's open now. Natasha Katz said China made a statement about that today, what we were talking about earlier. Thanks to Jeff TE88PFCR, who says, doubt that Trump will ask China for a dime. Thank you, Jeff. Waiting for an update about the meeting. Are they still meeting? Has the meeting ended? I'm looking for reports. Fox News now says soon Trump visits China's Temple of Heaven. Soon. Fox News is claiming it is soon. For whatever that is worth. Daniel says, did the Chinese tanker make it through the U.S. blockade? No, because the blockade is not on the Strait of Hormuz. The blockade is on ships going through to and from Iran. The ship we were just reading about was a Chinese ship that was going from Iraq, I assume, to China, which is not going to or from Iran. Now, in theory, I believe part of the blockade is stopping any ship that's helping Tehran. So if one of those ships paid some kind of toll to go through, in theory, the blockade could apply to it. But again, it doesn't. What I do know is that it wasn't going to or from Iran. PW360 said, Bayer said Trump is leaving tomorrow afternoon. Yeah, that's what the schedule is. The schedule says that the last event is on the schedule is 12:15 p.m. on Friday, China time. President Trump participates in a bilateral lunch with President Xi Xi. That's at 12:15 p.m. That's the last official event. That's tomorrow. Thank you, PW360. Oh, I just saw that Xinhua News posted something. Let's see here. Hold on. Said Mike Valerio. China Xinhua News. Well, I don't know if that's new or not. Let me go. I'll check their website. I'm going to check the Xinhua News website and see if they've reported something. Here, I'm going to the Xinhua News site. Do they have anything new? I don't know if any of this is new. Oh, that's interesting. Hold on. Xinhua is a Chinese news agency. I believe it might be state news. I'm looking at their site and I don't see this. Mike Valerio, who's a reporter, claims that Xinhua News says Xi Jinping emphasized the Taiwan question is the most important issue in China-U.S. relations. But I am actually at the Xinhua site. I don't know where that is. Ooh, hold on. Yes, I can see it right here from Xinhua News. Is that state media? Yes, state news. I'm going to show you what what China state media posted. This is China state media, okay? Xinhua News. They have said they posted this on their website. On the morning of May 14th, President Xi Jinping held talks with U.S. President Trump at the Great Hall of the People. Xi Jinping emphasized that the Taiwan question is the most important issue in China-U.S. relations. Remember, Taiwan is a democratic island off the coast of China that China says belongs to them. If handled well, bilateral relations can maintain overall stability. If handled poorly, the two countries will clash or even clash. That's probably a bad translation. Probably argue or fight or militarily clash, pushing the entire China-U.S. relationship into a very dangerous situation. Taiwan independence and peace across the Taiwan Strait are incompatible. Maintaining peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait is the greatest common denominator between China and the U.S. Wow. So that is the statement released by, hold on a second, by Chinese state media. Interesting. I don't know. Well, I don't know that President Trump would agree with all of this. I don't know if they're still meeting. They've been meeting for they started meeting at about 10:20 or 10:30 a.m. Give me one sec, guys. I just want to. So it's interesting they're saying that that's what Xi Jinping emphasized about Taiwan. If handled poorly, the two countries could even clash, pushing the entire China-U.S. relationship into a very dangerous situation. Taiwan independence and peace across the Taiwan Strait are incompatible. Thomas Darwin says meeting probably hung up on Taiwan. That I don't know. Strong One says these are more empty threats from Xi. Give me a moment here. That's quite interesting. Our viewer Tato says China sounded aggressive. Yeah, I mean, it is a pretty aggressive statement. Again, that is from state media. Thank you, Sean Morris, by the way. Thanks, Sean. Sean says China belongs to Taiwan. Thanks, Crimson Dingo, for being a member. JD says Taiwan has never been powerful next to China. But this is, I mean, you know, this is China saying that Taiwan can't be independent and that it could lead to a clash between them in the U.S. if the U.S. doesn't recognize this. Jeff says, I would not expect a weak statement from China regarding Taiwan. West Coast Dude says, we need an update. Again, this is from Xinhua, which is Chinese state media. Chinese state media, Xinhua, Xinhua. I don't have a feed of the temple that I'm allowed to show you right now. As soon as I get one, I'll show it to you. Something I can show you in the meantime as we wait here for more video from China. What I can show you, what I'm going to show you quickly here is, this is actually Ukraine. So what this is this is a, hang on. That's live. It's actually live. It's the aftermath of a Russian attack in Kyiv. So what this is, just to show you something for a second here, this is after a view of the site of an airstrike by Russia. Russia attacked Kyiv with drones and missiles early on Thursday, damaging several buildings, including one which partially collapsed with residents likely trapped under the rubble, which is not good. So again, this is Kyiv, Ukraine, as we wait for more video from China. Jimmy Rushton, who I follow, says a multi-story residential building in Kyiv collapsed due to a missile impact. That might be what we're looking at right now. Sorry, I'm checking for some China updates too. By the way, I just want to mention something. So we had a number of viewers saying in the chat that the CIA raided Tulsi Gabbard, the director of National Intelligence's office. As far as I can tell, all of those claims from like Fox News and who else claimed it? Fox News claimed it. Was it Adriana Luna? Or no, Anna Luna. Is that who I'm saying? Anna Paulina Luna? Anna Paulina Luna. Everything was just based on this supposed CIA whistleblower guy who I'm not familiar with, who claimed it. So I said, there's one source. I don't know if he's a reliable source. Just an update. Olivia Coleman, who is the spokesperson for the director of for the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, DNI Spox, which sounds to me like the Gabbard spokesperson. She says this is false. The CIA did not raid the DNI's office, for whatever that's worth. She is the press secretary for the Office of the Director of the National Intelligence, Director of National Intelligence. So she said about 2 hours ago, this is false. The CIA did not raid the DNI's office. I don't know what happened. I'm just passing that along. Just wanted to let you know. Thanks, Sergey is Sergey. Sergey says, I hope this isn't a negotiation to hand over Taiwan to China while keeping TSMC operational. However, this would explain all the CEOs on the trip. Thank you, Sergey is Sergey. I mean, one of the articles I think we mentioned, President Trump talked about the CEOs on the trip. In his post, he said, well, he didn't really explain it here, but he said, I think he talked about it today, saying the CEOs were interested to go. And he said, yeah, I will be asking President Xi, a leader of extraordinary distinction, to open up China so that these brilliant people, these CEOs, can work their magic and help bring the People's Republic to an even higher level. I don't know the specifics of what they're saying, though. Hold on, I just messed that up. I was trying to show you what Trump posted. There, that was yesterday. Thank you, Sergey is Sergey. I think I'm going to go back to the China video. But again, we're still waiting for more of an update from the meeting. And I want to be able to show you the video of them going to the temple. For the moment, here is the video from Beijing, China. That is not Kyiv, Ukraine. That is Beijing, China. Oh, hold on a second here. Reuters says joining Trump on the trip are a group of CEOs who are looking to resolve issues with China, including Elon Musk and NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang. Oh, so I mentioned to you guys that that statement that was in the statement from Chinese state media. I was just talking about this, that came out during the meeting about Taiwan, right? And that statement was this statement here. Xinhua News state media said that Xi Jinping emphasized to Trump that the Taiwan question is the most important issue in the China-US relations. If handled well, bilateral relations can maintain overall stability. If handled poorly, the two countries will clash or even clash. That probably means something like argue or even militarily clash, pushing the entire China-US relationship into a very dangerous situation. Taiwan independence and peace across the Taiwan Strait are incompatible. Maintaining peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait is the greatest common denominator between China and the U.S. So I mentioned that. I will say that Bloomberg reported, Bloomberg's Rebecca Chung Wilkins says, this reads as a particularly stern warning to me. She said, the language on clashes, conflict, and danger lays out the stakes in no uncertain terms for Trump and his advisors. Somewhat says, oh no, not another strait. That's currently the headline on Bloomberg right now. The headline says, Xi sees danger to U.S. if ties, Xi sees danger to U.S. ties if Taiwan issue is mishandled. Jetpack Dino says, a threat? Some could look at it as a threat, depending on how you read it. I will say I can't imagine the White House is happy to have that statement right after the meeting started, pretty soon after the meeting started, to have that statement released on Taiwan, which could certainly be seen as threatening. Right at it doesn't, I don't know that that's something that the White House wanted. Crappy thinks the statement was a reference to China declining to help with Iran. They would have prefaced any intervention with Iran with the U.S. softening protection of Taiwan. David says, I think Xi has promised Taiwan will be taken before he leaves office. Is that true? For whatever it's worth, I asked Gemini AI, and they say it's false that he has said that. He has said that reunification with Taiwan is a historic mission, but he has not publicly said it must be taken before he leaves office. Gemini points out that U.S. intelligence and military officials have reported that Xi told the People's Liberation Army to be prepared for a successful invasion by 2027. That doesn't mean an invasion would happen. Darcy Dudat says just more idle threats from important people. Natasha Katz says dictators do not leave office. Midtown Mike says don't take your eyes off of China. Again, I do think it's quite interesting. And I'll say again, I can't imagine, that the White House loves that an hour after the meeting starts, the first big statement from China talks about how Xi told Trump that basically that China's got to be allowed to take over Taiwan. And if they aren't, then there could be a war between the U.S. and China. It's basically what he said. Here's another statement. That's from Chinese state media and I believe this is about the meeting. And I don't believe this is what she said before the meeting or at the start of the meeting publicly. I believe this is a report about what's been said during the meeting. So this is from Xinhua. They say, Xi Jinping pointed out that facts have repeatedly proven there are no winners in a trade war, and the essence of China-U.S. economic and trade relations is mutual benefit and win-win cooperation. Faced with differences and frictions, equal consultation is the only correct choice. Yesterday, the economic and trade teams of both sides reached a generally balanced and positive outcome, which is good news for the people of both countries and for the world. Both sides should work together to maintain the hard-won positive momentum. Ma Florida says it was interesting seeing all the surveillance cameras in Beijing. Sirens at Dawn thinks the meeting will be a nothing burger, but portrayed as a win by Trump. The White House press pool has been at the Temple of Heaven for over an hour now, just waiting for Xi and Trump to come, but they're not there yet. JD63 says, when Trump gets back, oh boy. Shillinator says it's impossible to allow China to take Taiwan as it would instantly put us at a huge disadvantage. These days of war thinks China is not stepping up and offering to help on Iran. Thanks so much, Crypto King, for shouting out our moderators. I'm going to shout them out again too, because I really appreciate them being here and helping out in the chat. Ruth is there right now. Thanks so much, Ruth, for moderating over there on YouTube. Also on Twitch, we have I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah, and Surly Dev. Big thank you. Thanks, Big Dog Gaming, by the way, for your support on Twitch as well. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha. I never closed the poll on Facebook. I'm sorry, I'm closing it now. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha moderate for us on X. Thank you. Also, our Facebook moderators, Paul Anderson, Kay Lowry Body, Andrea Holder, Michael Fergal. Here, look, here's, I was just talking about this. Here's a headline from AP. Xi warns Trump that differences over Taiwan could bring U.S. and China to clashes or conflict. That's just what we were talking about. It's getting these headlines now. I bet the White House is really annoyed at this. They're probably like, we come all the way here. And then half an hour after the start of the meeting, you release this statement. Strong One says she is a spicy little dictator today. Dog B says, I am sure the administration was prepared for this tactic. Ma Florida says that does not sound very friendly. Any B-2s airborne? I'm not aware of any. Ninja Baseball Batman says it was clear that something like this would happen. U.S. has no leverage. Riri Patton says, let's see what happens before we listen to headline-seeking news media. We are. I guess they're still meeting. I haven't heard otherwise. They haven't gone to the temple yet. I want to show you when they go to the temple. Blob Roarman thinks Trump needs to come home now. It can only get worse. Thanks, Honeybee Fly, for being a member. Maybe there's some drama happening. I don't know. We're waiting for an update, guys. What's the diplomatic update going to be? Patricia Gray says, I am here to see the temple. Hey, thanks Prolange or Prolang from Denmark. Thank you. Oh, hold on a second. Mike Valerio from CNN reports that the first round of talks are over. Breaking news. Mike Valerio of CNN says the first round of Xi-Trump talks are over and they are heading to Beijing's Temple of Heaven. Report, first Trump-Xi meeting in China ends. So they're supposed to see each other again. They're going to, well, they're heading to the Temple of Heaven, which is about 3 miles away. Okay, so we have that update. That's from Mike Valerio of CNN. Hopefully soon we get you video. Oh, hold on. And I also have, no, that's not it. I'm still waiting for video of that I can show you of the Temple of Heaven, but I should get it sometime soon. I see live coverage is expected. No, they're heading to the temple now. The Temple of Heaven. For those who missed it, if you're a YouTube member or a Twitch subscriber, you have access to a new emoji, or emote, I guess it is on Twitch. Mr. Rubik says something tells me she is not happy. There we go. Some people just posted the emoji. Looking for updates here. Looking for updates. Fox News says soon Trump and Xi will visit the Temple of Heaven. Soon. They said soon a while ago, though. Anixis thinks that Xi feels so comfortable that he feels strong enough to threaten. Hey, thanks so much to Drance Plants from Australia. That's so nice of you. And thanks to you for your note, Drance Plants. And thanks for shouting out our moderators in the community. Drance Plants, thank you. Very nice of you. So again, guys, we're waiting. Reportedly, they have ended their first meeting of the summit, and they're heading to the Temple of Heaven. That's where they're going, and we're hopefully going to have. I'm assuming we'll have video from there. I've been waiting to show you that. The Temple of Heaven. It is a UNESCO World Heritage Site. It is a dignified complex of fine cult buildings founded in the first half of the 15th century, says UNESCO. There's a picture right there from UNESCO. There's the Wikipedia page. Temple of Heaven. Oh, update. I can confirm for you. I can confirm that the meeting has ended, this first meeting. It is now confirmed by the White House press pool. Here is the report from the White House press pool, Danny Kemp, AFP. Check it out. Here is the report from Danny Kemp. It says, bilateral meeting wraps. The Trump-Xi bilat has wrapped. Pool calculates meeting lasted 2 hours and 15 minutes. The pool's entry to the temple complex was delayed by nearly half an hour, and increasingly intense discussion between U.S. and Chinese officials after Chinese security refused to allow a Secret Service agent accompanying the pool to enter the temple compound with his weapon. A compromise was eventually found. Wow. Wow. That took a half an hour. Take some comments on that. Darcy says, that's crazy. AMFM says, that's egregious. Miss Link says, that doesn't seem right to do, but understandable. I mean, you wonder, was it a legitimate complaint, or were they just was China just being difficult to be difficult? I don't know. Tato says, not a very friendly day. Gary Baines says, no loaded weapons. Wow. Marl 33 says, she says, get the heck out of my country. Wall Street says, to me that's subtle, but China is treating Trump administration like any other country. Thomas Darwin says, glad no shooting. Midtown Mike says, oh, it got heated. Coder says, art of the deal. Silver Hornet says, we knew something was cooking. Dry Mustard said, this isn't supposed to be a fun trip. Dr. Tard says that they did give him red carpet treatment. Midtown Mike says over 2 hours and no deal. Well, they're supposed to, they're going to be meeting, more. President Trump is there till tomorrow afternoon. Also, I mean, I don't know, we'll see, but there's reporting that there was meeting going on between Trump and Chinese, between U.S. and Chinese officials before, like, for example, last night. So who knows what they've already agreed to. But maybe the principals need to sign off on it. I don't know. All right, so we're waiting to, you can see that up there. So we're waiting to see heading to Temple. There's the headline. We can confirm that the meeting has ended. Only about 3 miles to the Temple Drive, so I think that'd be pretty soon. Hopefully soon. We are waiting. Hopefully we can get video soon of them at the temple. People can look at their body language. Thanks for staying up late with us. It's almost 1 a.m. here as we follow this first part of the Trump-Xi summit. Igor Tigor thinks Trump mogged she mogged Trump. Isn't mog when you like out manly somebody or something like that? I am looking it up right now. Merriam-Webster Dictionary says it's internet slang meaning to outclass and appear more attractive than another. Especially appear more attractive than another. It's not my view. It's what our viewer Igor Tigor said. Thank you, So Michi38. So Michi thinks that Xi knows Trump is too big for his britches? Hey, thank you, So Michi, for being a member. Oh, hang on a moment here. Let's see what else I can see here. News. Again, we are waiting for Xi and Trump to go to the Temple of Heaven. I was reading today a story about Chinese electrical vehicles, and it had a statistic in it. Yeah, so, oh, where is it here? Does it say it here? IEA. The International Energy Agency said that in 2024, it's not last year, the year before last year, 2024, about half the cars sold in China were electric cars, compared to about 1 in 10 in the US, which I thought was interesting. MD77SA says China has electric cars everywhere. Max thinks the Trump team is lost in the smog. Oh, sorry. That's not really anything too big a deal. I mentioned, we talked about this statement earlier that Chinese state media had put out during the meeting about Taiwan. The Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson put out this exact same statement. Although I think this is probably a better translation of the statement. Hat tip to Kelly Meyer for seeing that she posted this. So this is the same statement, same basic statement I showed you before. This was originally in Chinese state media Xinhua, and it was just posted again 10 minutes ago by Mao Ning, who is the spokesperson for the Ministry of the Foreign Affairs of China. And it says, President Xi stressed to President Trump that the Taiwan question is the most important issue in China-U.S. relations. If it is handled properly, the bilateral relationship will enjoy overall stability. Otherwise, the two countries will have clashes and even conflicts, putting the entire relationship in great jeopardy. Taiwan independence and cross-strait peace are as irreconcilable as fire and water. I don't think that was in the other statement. Safeguarding peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait is the biggest common denominator between China and the U.S. That is from spokesperson of Ministry of Foreign Affairs of China. So again, it's basically the same statement that was issued about an hour ago or so by Chinese state media. Breaking news. About 10 minutes ago, they left. Xi and Trump have left the Great Hall of the People. And the motorcade departed 8 minutes ago. So 8 minutes ago, according to Isaac Amsdorf of the White House, 8 minutes ago, they left, the motorcade left to head to the temple. So they should be almost there because it's like 3 miles away. All right, so really any moment now, we should be seeing them at the temple. But let me see if I can get video. When I last checked, there was no video that I could show you yet. But we should be getting some soon. But I can confirm they have left the Great Hall of the People. Wow, Louis R. just gave 50 more memberships. Louis R. has given 100 memberships tonight. Crazy. Wow, Louis R., that's so generous of you. Thank you so much for all your support for the channel. Please thank Louis R. or somebody else if they gave you a membership or a gift subscription. That's super nice of Louis R. So 50 more people can use the hold on emoji now. They have left the building, one of the viewers said. Exactly. Thank you again, Louis R. That's really kind of you. Thank you for all your support of the channel. We're waiting for the video from the temple. When will we get the video from the temple that I can show you? Hopefully, what is this? Hold on. Hopefully very soon. David thinks Trump is getting ideas for his ballroom. As soon as I have the video from the temple, I'll let you know. I'll say it again, I can't imagine the White House is that happy with first Chinese state media and then the Chinese Foreign Ministry releasing this statement during the meeting and then right after the meeting, saying that the most important issue in China-U.S. relations is the Taiwan question. and that if it's not handled properly, the two countries will have clashes and even conflicts, putting the entire relationship in great jeopardy. And also, Taiwan independence and cross-strait peace are as irreconcilable as fire and water. Darcy says, them's fighting words. I mean, they could have said something like this, but tomorrow or the next day, or said a bunch of things, including something like this, but made it a little less harsh. That guy from that thing says, no, sir, I don't like it. Strong One says, thinks he's a big boy now. Also, you do that when your guest is there. Your guests flew halfway around the world to visit you, and that's what comes out while your guest is there. It's not for our ears. It's not for our ears when the spokesperson of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs posts it in English with a graphic in English. It's not for our ears. Now, come on now. Almadi says China has always maintained that line. Well, I will say, though, I mentioned before that a Bloomberg reporter said that that statement, Rebecca Chung Wilkins of Bloomberg said that statement read as a particularly stern warning to her compared to what they usually say about Taiwan. Okay, so I'm seeing, all right, here's what's going on. I'm starting to see footage from the temple right now. The White House is not live. So the White House is not live at the temple. Reuters is not live at the temple. I have access to Chinese TV, and they are also not live at the temple. The only footage I'm seeing is right now is from the U.S. press pool, which I don't have access to that. I'm not allowed to use the Washington, D.C. press pool, the network pool. But I'm hoping to see it somewhere else. It's strange. It's only the D.C. pool. I don't see it on Chinese TV. I don't see it on the White House. I don't see it on Reuters. And I don't see it on AFP. Yeah, so Fox and CNN are running it, but I believe they're showing the network. They pay a lot of money to be... Oh, hold on a second. Hold on. No, they pay a lot of money to do this press pool thing. It's DC pool. There's two shots from... I'm really sorry. There's two shots from DC pool. And again, I'm not a member of the DC pool. But I figured at least we'd have it from Chinese TV. So I'm seeing it on Fox and CNN, but they're using the DC pool feed. Now, one of the viewers said it's on BBC, so you can probably turn it on TV. Again, I totally apologize. I would love to have it for you, but I can't steal the DC pool footage. Yeah, it's network pool. So I'm not allowed to use the network pool. That's not what I have the rights to. So they are standing there at the temple. I'm sorry, this stinks. I apologize. I feel terrible. I really thought it's not even on the Chinese television feed I have. I have a feed of Chinese television. It's not even there. Yeah, one of our viewers said Sky News have it, so you can turn on Sky News on YouTube. I would assume that has it. So I'm watching on TV. I mean, if I had known I wasn't going to get it, I would have, of course, told you. I was assuming it would either be on the Reuters camera or the Chinese television camera. They're standing there. Fox actually went away from the footage. Now Fox is just showing you the people at the Fox studio talking. I'm basically, they're just standing together, surrounded by. They're just walking around this. They're walking around this temple area. That's what I'm seeing. But again, I'm guessing if you turned it on, I'll double check here. I'm guessing if you put it on Sky News on YouTube, you'd see it. Let's see. Somebody said it was on Sky News. Yes, go to if you have access to YouTube, you can go to Sky News Live on YouTube and you'll see it. Free. Sky News Live on YouTube. Do they look angry? I didn't really notice them looking angry. I mean, they look to me like they looked before. Now CNN isn't even showing it anymore. They have the footage and they're not showing it. CNN and Fox are both not showing it right now, even though they have the footage that they can show. Yeah, I just don't have it. That's unfortunate. Rocker says live now from Fox is showing it. It's not like a big to-do like there was at the Great Hall of the People. It's Trump and Xi are walking up steps now, and there's like a bunch of security there. But I haven't seen any kind of big, festival or display or anything. But I'm annoyed. I'm sorry. Again, I really thought I would have access to it. And it's just again, Chinese TV doesn't have it. Reuters doesn't have it. It's all the network pool. And the White House is not live. So the White House isn't even showing it. 2E says it looks pretty normal. But again, Sky News Live on YouTube has it. They're MS Now, CNN and Fox, none of them are showing the live feed right now. Oh, I guess maybe Fox Live now from Fox, but Fox News is not because I'm watching Fox News. I would not be surprised if the White House posts some video after the visit. Midtown Mike says China blocked them all. I wonder if they didn't really let cameras in there. I mean, apparently they didn't let them, but they didn't let many cameras in. So again, Trump and Xi are at the Temple of Heaven in Beijing right now. They were walking around there after having a meeting of about 2 hours and 15 minutes. And actually, right now, I am looking at the pool feed, and the pool feed isn't even showing anything anymore. The pool feed camera is behind a door. All you can see in the pool feed camera now is a black door. Nathan Kirk thinks they didn't seem super thrilled. I'm looking at a replay of Trump standing there with Xi. Oh, how were your talks today, sir? He was asked something or other. Well, I couldn't see what he said. I'm guessing there'll be some video posted of it. China's it's a 12-hour difference. It's 1:16 p.m. there. But the pool feed isn't even showing them right now. Our viewer, Miss Link, says, neither Xi nor Trump look happy to me. Oh, DGRPP says reporters are arguing with security about letting them take a picture. So I'm looking at the pool feed now. And again, the pool feed cameras seem to be stuck behind a door. They're not out. They're inside this dark room behind a door. They're not actually even showing the presidents right now. Our viewer just mentioned this. I hadn't heard about this. Our viewer, Eric S. The Hill said that China altered the transliteration of Secretary of State Rubio's name, which was a bureaucratic workaround which allowed him to enter the country. As a senator, Rubio had been sanctioned by China for criticizing China's treatment of the Uyghur population in Xinjiang and other human rights abuses. They banned him from entering the country. But the China did not block him from coming in. And I guess they spelled his name a bit differently to technically do it. But they did not block him from coming in. That's interesting. Yeah, Ian Bigar mentioned that Fox News was showing posted video of them at the temple. But again, I cannot show the pool video. I can't use the network pool video of them at the temple. But even the network pool itself is not live. The network pool is still stuck behind a door at the temple. They can't even show them live, the network pool. Well, we'll wait and see if we get any more information from there. Oh, update from the White House. The White House says the pool, this is from the White House. The White House press pool entered the temple platform behind the presidents and briefly saw them speaking to a huddle of cameras. We could not hear what Trump was saying. The presidents then moved ahead to another area closer to the other pool, and we were ushered out. So the White House press pool did not see or hear much of the temple thing. That was from Isaac Amsdorf. Why is this not working? Let's try this again. Isaac Amsdorf is with the Washington Post. So he wrote that as a member of the White House press pool. Yes, there are videos of them at the temple, but the videos that I've seen online are all from the White House or from the U.S. network press pool, which I'm not allowed to use. So I can't show the videos. Oh, so I think what you're probably seeing, I'm not listening to it, but one of our viewers mentioned live now from Fox. If they're showing the press pool, again, it looks like even the, no, I don't even see it on live now from Fox right now. Anyways, I'm watching the pool feed, and it looks like though even the network pool is not being allowed near them right now. Because I'm looking at it. They're still stuck behind the door. Now, Kelly Meyer, who is with News Nation, she's the White House correspondent for News Nation. Here's what she said. Okay, this is from Kelly Meyer. She says, in the video of Trump and Xi posted in front of the cameras after the meeting wrapped up, Trump's entire demeanor feels changed, she says, quiet and more serious compared to the joyful and light welcome. Trump did not answer questions when asked about how talks went or when asked if they had talked about Taiwan. China's beautiful, he said. So that's Kelly Meyer, who is a White House correspondent for News Nation. She's saying that after having watched the video. I can show you also this update from the White House press pool. Here's what Danny Kemp of the White House press pool has to say. Maybe he's just tired. I don't know. I can't say exactly what he's thinking. So here is Trump. Here's Danny Kemp's report. He says, the president entered the main courtyard where the Temple of Heaven is located at 1:05 p.m. and could be seen from a distance talking to a crowd of officials. Xi and Trump walked slowly across the flagstones with interpreters, and Xi could be heard talking. Trump and Xi stood in front of the temple together in front of the cameras. Trump said, wait when a reporter asked how the talks went. China's beautiful, he said. Reporters then twice asked if they had talked about Taiwan, but Trump and Xi did not respond. The two leaders then walked off towards the temple, and the press pool was ushered off. Is there any chance, this will never happen, is there any chance if Trump is not happy with how it's going that he would leave before the end of it? Is that even possible? That would be such a huge deal. I don't think he'd ever do it. Because it would seem like such a big deal. He would have to be really upset. He would have to be very upset. It would be very disrespectful. Well, I'm just saying if he feels like he was not treated respectfully. That's the point. Some people think he would, some people think he wouldn't. Flash poll, will Trump leave before the early? Will Trump leave the China early? I mean, it would be enormous if he did. I'm just getting this posted for you. It's our flash poll. Flash poll. Here is you thinking about our flash poll. There you go. You're thinking about it. You are thinking about it. Now you have thought about it. All right, let's see what you guys had to say about this. Give me a moment. Oopsie, that's not what I wanted to do. He's supposed to be there till tomorrow and have a lunch tomorrow. And there's a state dinner tonight. Okay, so I asked you guys, again, I mean, to me, this would be such a huge thing and he would have to be really upset for this to happen. Even if he were really upset, I don't know that would happen. But I figured I'd ask it anyway. People were suggesting a poll. The question is, will President Trump leave the China trip early? Wow, YouTube, 45% say yes? Man, that's a lot of people saying yes. On Facebook, it's 50-50. Twitch seems a little cooler to the idea. It's only 27% yes on Twitch, 30% yes on Twitch. AM FM says we don't think he will. We think he should. I mean, what we've seen happen is everything seemed fine. They had this opening ceremony, and then while they were meeting, China issued this threatening statement about Taiwan, saying it's the most important part of the U.S.-Chinese relation, and that if it's not handled right, there could be conflict between the U.S. and China, and there's no room for Taiwanese independence. It was very stern and seemingly threatening during the meeting. Got released on their state media. Then also the press pool, I mean, this might seem like a minor thing, but the press pool reported that there was a half-hour delay at the temple because there was this intense argument between Trump's Secret Service and the security at the Chinese security, because they wouldn't let the Secret Service agent go onto the temple grounds with a weapon. That was a half-hour delay. Also, I'm seeing that the press pool has been like herded into this room for like 20 minutes now at the temple. There's not even live coverage from the temple anymore because the press pool is all herded into this room. No, Fox News is showing the footage from before. There was some initial video footage from the network pool. They pay a lot of money for the network pool footage too. But even the network pool can't show it now. Oh, here's a corrected Trump quote from Danny Kemp. So Trump, okay. Originally, Danny Kemp thought Trump said wait. So Danny Kemp is now reporting that Trump was asked how the talks went. And he said, great place, incredible, China's beautiful. That's all he said. The pool is holding right now while U.S. and Chinese officials who are keeping us in a side room have a spirited debate about whether we can move. That is from Danny Kemp. And I guess they're now letting the press pool out of this room. I can see on the pool camera, they're finally letting the press pool out of that room. They've been stuck in this room at the temple. All right, so they let them out of the room. Thanks for voting in our poll. I'm surprised so many of you thought that Trump will leave China early. I mean, I think it's highly unlikely, but I just figured I'd pose the question. Thanks for voting in the poll. Thanks also, let's see, Facebook. Facebook said 50-50. Strong One says anything is possible in 2026. Oh. Now I'm seeing on one of the, again, I don't even have access to this footage. I'm sorry about that. But on one of the press pool cameras, I'm seeing some of the security walking or jogging. I'm not even seeing Trump and Xi still. One of the cameras was left in the room. There's two pool cameras. One of them is on the ground, not showing anything. The other one is showing security and not showing Trump and Xi. Maybe they're about to leave. I don't know what's going on. It was weird, though. I mean, for most of the time when they were at the temple, even the press pool camera couldn't show them. Now that camera just paused. Oh, no, it didn't pause. Give me a second here. I'll be back in a second. Hang on. What I'm going to have to do is I think I'm going to have to close and open my browser. Give me a moment. I got to close and open the browser. We're having an issue with the browser. Let me do that. Let me refresh the browser. You can still see the video. You'll see the clock back in a second, but I got to refresh the browser. Oopsie, that's not what I wanted to do. Right, let's get this back for you. Now, I got to put up on the screen the clock for you. Let's get the clock up. Hang on. Right, there's the clock. Clock is working. Now I need to do this. Hang on. Just got to refresh something here. Just got to do a little refreshing. Had a bit of a browser issue. Okay, there, that's back. That's back. Okay, very good, very good. Making progress. Get rid of that. Fine. Put this over here. Fine. Put that over there. There's not even the press pool. Departure. Update. News update. The staff left the temple platform 13 minutes ago. The president descended the steps and returned to their cars 5 minutes ago. The motorcade is rolling. They have left the temple. They have left the temple. Excuse me. They have left the temple. I believe the next planned event, I'm going to give it a few minutes, but I believe the next planned event is at 6 p.m., which is the state dinner. I'm not going to wait for the state dinner, by the way. I'm not going to stay up 4 hours for the state dinner. But let's give it a few minutes and see if we hear anything else. But they have left. Oh, that's interesting. About Chinese. Oh, there is, yes, there's a Chinese, you know what, maybe what I might do is take a break and come back. Thanks for mentioning this. Crappy. The Chinese Foreign Ministry has their daily briefing. And that's at 2:45. So what I may end up doing is just taking a break here, leaving the stream going and coming back for the briefing. Let me put a clock, put that up on the clock. Because I'll have the English translation of that. Might as well show that. China Foreign Ministry briefing in that didn't work. Let's try this again. There we go. Oopsie. Oh, hold on. I got to fix this. I got to fix a couple things. Move this. Paste this. And there that. I know it says news update. That's because I got to fix it. That's because I need to fix it. Okay. China Foreign Ministry briefing in 1 hour and 5 minutes. Thank you to Brian Beelman. Hey, Brian, thank you. That's so nice of you. Thanks. Also, Snug with Pug. Thanks for the membership, gift membership, Snug with Pug. All right. Let me just check what's going on here. Drunk Can't Cook. Thanks for subscribing. Thanks, Drunk Can't Cook. Anonymous Gifter on Twitch. Thank you. Big Dog Gaming. Thank you. Oh, I have video from the from the temple. Here, look. Here's some video from the temple. Here, I'll put it on the screen right now. The White House has released a clip from the temple. He was asked how the talks went, I think, and this is what he said.
How were your talks, sir?
It's great.
Did you talk about Taiwan,
Great
Mr.
place.
President?
Incredible. China's beautiful.
How were your talks, sir?
Hold on.
It's great.
Did you talk about Taiwan,
Great
Mr.
place.
President? How were your talks, sir?
It's great.
Did you talk about Taiwan,
Great
Mr.
place.
President?
Incredible. China's beautiful.
How were your talks, sir?
I'm going to repost this. I'll just I want to get the... Did he say it's great or just great?
How were your talks, sir?
It's great.
He said it's great. He didn't even say great. He said it's great. All right, give me a second here. Hang on. Hang on. So again, Trump is asked, how were your talks? And he says, he doesn't really answer that question. This post is from the White House. This is White House social media that's making this post, okay? That's who's posting this. This is literally a White House account. Rapid Response 47. Nathan Kirk says he just ignored the questions about Taiwan. Now, look, he might just be like, I don't want to talk about this in front of the press right now. So I can't really read into this. But he didn't even say the talks were great. Bad Cat thinks he doesn't look happy. Mister thinks he's never this quiet. Again, he could be tired from flying and doing all this stuff too.
How were your talks, sir?
It's great.
Did you talk about Taiwan,
Great
Mr.
place.
President?
Incredible. China's beautiful.
How were your talks, sir?
It's great.
Did you talk about Taiwan,
Great
Mr.
place.
President?
Incredible. China's beautiful.
I don't know. I don't know. My mind spray says, feels weird, man. Confidence in God thinks he seems serious and in shock. Nathan Kirk says he looked fine earlier today. Remember, Kelly Meyer, who is with News Nation, who is a White House correspondent, she said, Kelly Meyer, that in this video, he looked more serious and quiet compared to the joyful and light welcome. His entire demeanor feels changed. He didn't answer questions when asked about how the talks went or when asked if they talked about Taiwan. China's beautiful, he said. It also didn't seem like he was responding to somebody else because you can hear the two questions pretty clearly. You know, when he said it's great, I was like, well, did somebody else ask him something? But you don't seem to hear any other question. I don't know. Second Pancake says something is off.
How were your talks, sir?
It's great.
Did you talk about Taiwan,
Great
Mr.
place.
President?
Incredible. China's beautiful.
Mm-hmm. Midtown Mike says he is never this quiet. I don't know. Again, I'm not going to overly read into it, but I just don't know. Chewy thinks he is mad. Look, you know my thoughts on the Taiwan statement. I told you that I thought the White House would be very unhappy with, he gets there, he flies all the way there, he goes into the meeting, and then during the meeting, Chinese state media releases this statement about how this threatening statement about how Taiwan, and this is the statement they released, and this was released by Chinese state media during the meeting. Then when the meeting ends, the Chinese Foreign Ministry posts the statement again. President Xi stressed to President Trump that the Taiwan question is the most important issue in China-U.S. relations. The most important issue. If it is handled properly, the bilateral relationship will enjoy overall stability. Otherwise, the two countries will have clashes and even conflicts, putting the entire relationship in great jeopardy. Taiwan independence and cross-strait peace are as irreconcilable as fire and water. Safeguarding peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait is the biggest common denominator between China and the U.S. It doesn't feel like the most respectful thing to your guest to put that out there during the meeting. I mean, that's just my thought. So I could see if President Trump is unhappy about that. I mean, I don't know what happened in the meeting. Maybe she just wanted to keep talking about Taiwan in the meeting. Gail Tibbetts says, I agree, it was a slap. You know, no matter what you think, even if President Xi thinks this, to put it out there during the meeting, you know, you want to make it, the diplomatic thing to do is put stuff out to make it seem like the meeting's going well, no matter how it's going, actually. Well, there was a bit more video from the there wasn't that much, but there was a bit more video from the temple that I don't have the rights to use. I don't know that there was video of him saying anything, though. OP1 Tube says, sounds like his battery is just about out. And again, oh, hey guys. Connor Stringer, I just saw something else. So we had heard before from the White House press pool, right? I mentioned this, that at the temple, Danny Kemp of AFP said, at the Temple of Heaven, the press pool's entry to the temple complex was delayed by nearly half an hour by a lengthy and increasingly intense discussion between U.S. and Chinese officials after Chinese security refused to allow a Secret Service agent accompanying the press pool to enter the temple compound with his weapon. A compromise was eventually found. So we already heard about that half an hour delay with this heated, intense discussion between U.S. and Chinese officials. So Connor Stringer with The Telegraph, okay, he is there as well. He posted on his X account He said, we've seen several intense confrontations since being here. Again, we've seen several intense confrontations since being here between Secret Service and the Chinese. That's from Connor Stringer with the Telegraph. He's there. He posted siren tensions between Secret Service and the Chinese, then mentioned what Danny Kemp talked about, and then said we've seen several intense confrontations since being here. I mean, that stuff sounds like, I don't know if China's just trying to be difficult or what. Wisco Joe says if this is accurate, it could be playing into Trump's demeanor. Midtown Mike thinks China is bullying them. Sounds like I'm building a narrative? I'm not building any narrative. You can think what you want. I'm telling you what people there are saying. I've literally told you, I just told you what 2 members of the press pool just said. I haven't told you what to think about it. I'm saying one way you could interpret it is this. I'm not telling, I don't know what's going on there. Oh, I have another shot from Beijing I can show you. Street view from Beijing. Hey, I got the street view from Beijing shot. Let's look at street view from Beijing. One moment here. Beijing street view. Here it is, ready? We're switching over to Beijing street view. If this works. It's Beijing street view. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Maybe we'll see the motorcade. Is that the motorcade? Hey, is that the motorcade? Did I get it right at the time? I think I might have caught the motorcade right as it happened. I think that's the motorcade. I didn't even realize. Look at that. I think I might have caught it. I think they're coming back from the temple. Maybe that's where Trump is staying. How about that? The talks were 2 hours and 15 minutes. Look at this. Look at all the vehicles. That is a big motorcade. Andy Cornett says another pointless summit. One of the viewers claimed the Four Seasons Hotel is just on the left. So I think we just saw President Trump's motorcade. That's my guess. It was certainly a motorcade. Now they're letting people walk. So I guess people weren't allowed to walk there before because the motorcade was going by.
Bye-bye. Yeah, maybe. Bye-bye.
Bye. I'm seeing a report. Hold on a moment here. Hang on. Reuters is claiming that the U.S. has cleared around 10 Chinese firms to buy NVIDIA's second most powerful AI chip, the H200, but not a single delivery has been made so far, leaving a major technology deal in limbo as CEO Jensen Huang seeks a breakthrough in China this week. The stakes are significant, highlighting how the U.S.-China tech rivalry is now snarling even approved trade, it says, leaving the world's most valuable company and dominant chip maker caught between dueling national priorities. Thank you, Mitchell Pilot. Mitchell Pilot says we will hear how he felt through a leaked report. Trump himself will say it was the most perfect meeting. Trump doesn't like to talk tough about adversaries that he feels intimidated by. That's what Mitchell Pilot says. Thank you, Ruth. Ruth says great and incredible is what he said. Thank you, Hilda. Mitchell Pilot also says it's his Truth Social time usually now. I am interested to see if he's going to post on Truth Social. Maybe before the dinner. The dinner is in 4 hours. Thank you again, Mitchell Pilot.
Hello. You again. How are you? It's hot, huh?
Yeah.
So hot.
为什么？你会说中文吗？
不会说中文，一点点。
你是常驻北京的？
PGH City Kitty thinks he will post shortly.
Beijing for a long time, or just come here for this?
For Trump, I came like for Trump. Yeah.
我在这儿呢，就这一个现在，昨天来过的那个。
Yeah. Yeah.
Please show me.
Okay.
长得挺年轻的，这个女的，就今儿还是她现在。法新的。
We are going to cover in 42 minutes. The China Foreign Ministry is doing a briefing. We will cover that. I'm going to have video of that.
Yeah.
We'll have English language video of that.
So later you'll be here.
Maybe.
Maybe.
You too? Yeah. Maybe.
All day.
All day you're here.
This is a good place.
Yeah. Yeah. If you leave us here, it's fine. It's good. Yeah. Yesterday was tough.
Yeah.
Hot.
What is the temperature there?
Here.
Yeah. Okay, that's good. Okay, good to know. Thank you.
That's like 媒体采访区。
Oh, sorry. Yeah, thank you.
88 degrees Fahrenheit in Beijing. 88 degrees Fahrenheit right now in Beijing. 31 Celsius. I did not know it was so warm there. Oh, just an update here. The motorcade arrived at the hotel. So that was about 8 minutes ago. I believe we saw the motorcade. President Trump is now at his hotel. Okay. I have a list of the CEOs who... Oh, update. Update from about 20 minutes ago from Danny Kemp with the White House press pool. Danny Kemp says, the president is rolling from the temple of heaven after another brief delay while U.S. staff and reporters had an even more spirited discussion with Chinese officials who several times tried to stop them from leaving and joining the motorcade. Yeah. A lot of drama. One of our viewers said drama. Lulu said drama. Let me show you that. I'll put it on the screen for you. Here is what Danny Kemp said. Again, this is about 20 minutes ago. He said, President is rolling from the temple of heaven after another brief delay while U.S. staff and reporters had an even more spirited discussion with Chinese officials who several times tried to stop them from leaving and joining the motorcade. A lot of these arguments going on, spirited discussions. By rolling, they mean driving. Aniki says these Chinese need to show some civility. No, this argument wasn't about a weapon, this one. This is a different one. Here is a list of the CEOs that were at the meeting, or that were at the I think these were the CEOs who were at the ceremony. This is from the White House. These are the CEOs who were at the welcoming ceremony that we watched earlier. Apple, Tim Cook, Blackstone, Steven Schwartzman, Boeing, Kelly Ortberg, Cargill, Brian Sykes, Citigroup, Jane Fraser, GE Aerospace, H. Lawrence Culp Jr., Goldman Sachs, David Solomon, Illumina, Jacob Thaysen, MasterCard, Michael Meback, Micron Technology, Sanjay Mehrotra, NVIDIA, Jensen Huang, Qualcomm, Cristiano Amon, SpaceX, Tesla, Elon Musk, Visa, Ryan McInerney. Seize the day says time to get out of Dodge. Mighty being asked about Illumina. I was wondering about too. Illumina is a leading American biotechnology company. Gemini AI says they dominate the DNA sequencing market. Wikipedia says the company Illumina provides a line of products and services that serves the sequencing, genotyping, and gene expression and proteomics markets. Revenue of $4.37 billion in 2024. TV's Frankenfurter says, I used to work at Illumina. We'll have to see what happens when the China Foreign Ministry briefing happens. Hang on a moment here. I appreciate everybody being with us for our coverage. Our late night coverage, 2:10 a.m. here. Fred Witherow thinks Trump is there to beg China for trade. Now, I'm wondering if maybe hang on a moment. Darcy Do That says, watching this with one eye only, open. Fire Jack says, could there be forces inside China trying to sink the Trump meeting? I don't know. I mean, I'm not a China expert. From what I understand, President Xi has a pretty strong control on things. So if you mean somebody trying to sabotage Xi, I have a hard time thinking that. But I'm much more likely to think that, I think it's much more likely that Xi is fully aware of everything that's going on. I do think it's interesting that there's been these arguments between the Chinese officials in the Secret Service and the Chinese officials in the U.S. press, and I do wonder if that's something that just came up or if that's something that China planned in advance. I don't know. I don't know. Alex Malarkey, our viewer, thinks Xi is telegraphing what is going to happen regarding Taiwan, the same way Putin said what he would do with Ukraine before the invasion. PW360 says it looks like Xi made a threat. Art's Mother says China plans everything in advance. Strong One says this is dictatorship 101. Humiliate the unprepared U.S. delegation. Wall Street says this is how the U.S. would treat smaller powers, like if Turkey visited D.C. Brandon Leslie thinks it's a very bad look for the U.S. Mr. QQQ Crash thinks she won't give him a good deal. I mean, who knows what they talked about? I have no idea. I have no idea. Did they talk about Iran some? I don't know. Two hours and 15 minutes, though. Went on for a little while. Now, remember that Elon, according to the White House press pool, remember this, according to the press pool, some of the CEOs said the meeting went well. They left, but I mean, that was kind of early on. Yeah, I mean, this was probably 40 minutes into the meeting, if even, 30 to 40 minutes into the meeting. So the meeting ended up being 2 hours and 15 minutes. But like about a half an hour, 40 minutes into the meeting, I saw this posted by Danny Kemp of the White House press pool. And it said, CEOs Elon Musk, Jensen Huang, and Tim Cook of Apple were spotted leaving the front entrance of the Great Hall of People, and Poole shouted some questions about how the meetings had gone. Again, this report was at 11:06 a.m. local time. So it was only about 35 minutes, I think, into the meeting. Musk said, wonderful, asked what had been achieved. Musk said many good things. Tim Cook gave a peace sign, then the thumbs up. Jensen Huang said meetings went well. Mr. Xi and President Trump were incredible. That was a good, hour and a half before the meeting actually ended? Maybe there were multiple meetings. Ruth thinks maybe they had their own meetings. I don't know. Uh-oh. We have to go back to we got to go back to the other shot now. Other shot. There's our shot there. For now. Maybe we'll get the other one back. Hold on a second here. Thaiga Spice. No, the channel is not opinion-free TV. It is agenda-free TV. Those are two different things. So having an opinion does no way necessitates having an agenda. Maybe what I will do, why don't I do this? So we have 26 minutes until the Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs briefing. Right? Which we're going to show you. So why don't I take, no, I'm not going to air fry anything. I might just go have a quick snack for like maybe 10 minutes or so. Just grab a snack and then I'll come back after a snack and then we're going to watch the Chinese Foreign Ministry briefing. How does that sound? Let's do that. Darcy thinks they're going to say it went well. Maybe they will. I'm interested to see what they say. Steve is taking a quick snack break. He'll be back for live coverage of the Chinese Foreign Ministry briefing. Yeah, let me do that real quick. I got to do it quick because we only have 25 minutes till the briefing. Supposedly. Well, I'm seeing it. Oh, I'm sorry. You know what? The camera, I'm an idiot. The camera for the briefing is supposed to start in 25 minutes. That's when we get the camera. But the camera starts 15 minutes before the briefing. So the briefing's at the top of the hour. Sorry about that. We should get a camera from the room in 24 minutes and 50 seconds. I didn't realize there was a difference between the camera and the briefing time. So let me just adjust that. But we should watch that and see what they say. And again, we'll have the English translation. All right, so give me a few minutes to just grab a little snack here. And we're going to keep this going. I appreciate all of our moderators who are here with us. Thank you so much to all of our mods. And all of you for staying up late and being with us. And we're going to keep the coverage going. We're going to keep the coverage going for the Night Owls. All right, so let me just make sure I don't have, I think this is all the video I can show you right now. Yes. All right, so give me a few minutes. We're keeping the stream going. We will be covering the China Ministry of Foreign Affairs briefing coming up shortly. We just lost the video. Hold on a second. Hold on a moment. Hold on a moment. I wasn't even done with my snack yet. I was partially done. All right, hold on. Hang on here. What happened here? Let's see. By the way, thanks to Dan and Maggie for the memberships. And Eddie C. Thanks for being a member, Eddie C. So both of the videos from Beijing that I was looking at aren't there right now. Okay. Both of them say they're coming back. All right, so if I can get a couple minutes, I'll run and have the rest of my snack. But while we're waiting, we don't even have much time until the hold on. The clock, what I need to do, that clock's going to be wrong. That clock is wrong. This clock is correct. In about 9 minutes, we're supposed to get the video camera from... Oh, wait, what happened here? Now what's happening? Hold on. Now what's going on here? Now this is weird. Why am I not seeing the foreign ministry briefing? All right. I have to reach out to Reuters because they had this thing about the foreign ministry briefing posted, and now I'm not seeing it there. So let me see what's going on. Let me reach out and see what's happening. That's strange. It was up there the whole time on the schedule, and now I don't see it. I am not seeing it on AFP either. Well, hold on. Oh, no, it's there. It's on AFP. It's on AFP, but the problem with AFP is that won't be translated, but it's there. Let me see what's going on with the Reuters. We'll get this figured out for you. We'll get this figured out for you. Oh, I got a shot from, I think I have a shot from Beijing I can show you. Hey, we got a shot from Beijing back. Look, hold on a moment. Thank you, Shave Ezra, for watching. I have a shot from Beijing. Oh, look, we have video. We have some video from Beijing. Better than no video. Is there volume? All right. It's better than no video. But we didn't really get much new. When asked about Taiwan, he basically read the same statement that the foreign ministry, I think the exact statement the foreign ministry issued earlier, and that state media issued. And then there were several other questions where it was like, he really didn't say much, right? I mean, you know, So my point is, we did not get much info about, like they were at, we didn't hear what they discussed about Iran. We didn't really hear about what they discussed in the meeting. Yeah, so that was, I don't, from what I just heard, I didn't really get any more big details about Trump and Xi's meeting. So I didn't know if they would come out and, you know, talk about it in detail, but at least we know. Mac Mizuker says nothing new. Bronco Knight says very initial detail. Bernardiana says nothing big. Firestar thus says how not to answer questions at a press conference. Yeah, I mean, Luke says dodged every question Matrix style. It was clearly not going to give you details of that we hadn't heard of the meeting. So we haven't heard anything from the White House yet. Oh, one of our viewers mentioned Steve God. I just want to mention this. Hey guys, look, this is a report about, whoa. Where is that coming from? I'm hearing some audio. I'm hearing audio. Oh, I see. I got it. Hold on. So this is UKMTO Strait of Hormuz. The Strait of Hormuz, a ship reported a vessel has been taken by unauthorized personnel while at anchor and is bound for Iranian territorial waters. It looks like Iran took a vessel. Wow. That was just 20 minutes ago. Thanks, Steve God, for mentioning that. I hadn't seen that yet. CSO is company security officer. I don't know whose ship this was. We don't know who it belongs to. Did they target a specific country, or is this just a way that they are trying to continue to assert their control over the Strait of Hormuz? I would assume this is some sort of commercial ship. I don't know that I've seen one of these during the war yet. We've seen ships get attacked in the Strait of Hormuz. I don't recall seeing one get taken while it was at anchor. Also, there's no, I mean, I assume there might have been crew on the ship, but there's nothing. I hope the crew's okay. Pre-breakfast banana says left the keys in the tanker. I mean, some of people are saying piracy. It sounds like something like that. I don't know what it is on marine traffic. I can try to see. I mean, I'm going to assume that the tracking is off right now. I'll check on marine traffic, but my assumption would be that the tracking would be off. Hang on. But I'll look. I don't know if we'll see. I don't even know. It was reported at just got reported about an hour and a half ago. I mean, we could look at the last few hours and just see if we see anything. I don't know that we're going to. Hang on. Turn that off. Here's marinetraffic.com. Ship tracking and marine analytics provider marinetraffic.com. So if I play the last few hours, custom, just go to the last few hours. Do you see anything moving from here towards Iranian waters? Not that. There's a blue ship. I don't know. I don't know how. I don't know when it got taken. I mean, there's a green ship there, Mercury, but I don't know if Mercury was already. Then Mercury stopped. Because ships go that way all the time. So I'm just looking to see, you know, I don't know that I'll be able to figure it out, because ships would go, there are ships that just go through there anyway. Maya gas? I don't know. Let me see if, what I'll do is, let me see if it's possible that one of the accounts I follow that specializes in this stuff, like tanker trackers, they might have said, hey, it was this ship or something. No, it didn't start at a port. It was in the, if you look at what they said, it was in the middle of the strait somewhere. Wow. It was anchored and then it was taken. So I don't know what that's all about. Right now it is, just so you know, it's 10:55 Iran time. So that report would have come in the morning Iran time. Let me also just see if there's any kind of Iranian media report on it. I'll see. But this only got reported by UKMTO 25 minutes ago. Midtown Mike says the U.S. let them take it in broad daylight. Well, I don't know that the U.S. really has a robust presence in the strait right now. I don't believe they do. They certainly don't have a huge presence that's all watching all the time, every ship. I'm sure they do aerial surveillance. I don't know if they were able to track this, if it was done with small boats or something. But sounds like they, someone went over to the boat and just, if there was a crew on it, I'm sure they just threatened them and said, we're taking the ship. Showery thinks they turned off the tracker. I don't know. So I'm guessing that we'll find out. If you want, you can go to marinetraffic.com and look. But I'm guessing what happened, we will find out, in the coming hours. There will be some account. There's certain accounts that specialize in this stuff, and they can figure it out. And there'll be some report about what ship it was. BMX Kane thinks they would have told the crew to turn the tracker off more than likely. Steve God says, I wonder what ship it is. What ship it is or whose stuff it's carrying. I mean, there's been these reports in the media lately that there has been reporting that Saudi Arabia and Kuwait and the UAE had launched various attacks during the war on Iran that had not been publicized. In the last couple of days, Iran claims that Kuwait has several Iranians in custody. So I don't know if it was targeted at one of these countries or if it's just some kind of thing where they've been attacking ships as basically a message like we control the strait. So it's a great question. I don't know what the ship is, who it's from, who owns the ship, where did the ship leave from, where was it going to, whose cargo was it carrying, and what kind of message is it meant to be said? Was meant to be sent. Sorry, I never changed the headline. Oh, thank you, Denise Horton. Denise, that's very kind of you. Denise Horton, thank you. It's getting a bit late here, so I don't think we're going to be on that much longer because we've been on a while. And President Trump is going to a state dinner in China at 6 p.m., aka, which is all 6 a.m. Eastern. I'm not look, there could be something important that happens there, but at this point, I just don't know. So I don't know when we'll hear more developments. And remember, tomorrow, there's a whole, he's supposed to have more meetings. He's supposed to have a lunch tomorrow, I know, with President Xi at 12:15. 11:30 a.m. Saturday, greeting and friendship photo with Xi Jinping. 11:40 a.m. tea with Xi Jinping, and then a lunch with Xi Jinping at 12:15. So that's tomorrow. That's going to be Friday night Eastern time, 11:30 p.m., 11:40 p.m., and 12:15 a.m. So I'll probably cover this tomorrow night. That's what I'll probably do. Yeah, and I mean, I think the big news right now, I would say, is we don't know how the meeting went, but it was strange to me to see that this message was posted initially during the meeting. This message was posted by Iranian state media, and then after the meeting, it was posted by Iranian Foreign Ministry. But during the meeting between Xi and President Trump, this was posted by Iranian state media. Not Iranian. Chinese. Why am I saying Iranian? It's 3:30 in the morning. Chinese state media, not Iranian state media. Chinese state media posted this statement during the Trump-Xi meeting, and then the Chinese Foreign Ministry posted it again after the meeting. But it says President Xi stressed to President Trump that the Taiwan question is the most important issue in China-U.S. relations. If it is handled properly, the bilateral relationship will enjoy overall stability. Otherwise, the two countries will have clashes and even conflicts, putting the entire relationship in great jeopardy. Taiwan independence and cross-strait peace are as irreconcilable as fire and water. Safeguarding peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait is the biggest common denominator between China and the U.S. So it seems almost like a threatening statement. And it seemed weird to me to come out with that statement when your guest is meeting with President Xi. He's come all the way to meet. So this statement was put out by the government during the meeting. And then we saw there were reports of several heated disputes between Secret Service and Chinese officials and U.S. press and Chinese officials that we told you about. And also, this happened where President Trump was asked how the meeting went, and he really didn't answer the question, or how the talks went. Right here, this clip was posted by the White House, but
how were your talks, sir?
It's great.
Did you talk about Taiwan,
Great
Mr.
place.
President?
Incredible. China's beautiful.
特朗普总统说谈得很好。How were your talks, sir?
It's great.
Did you talk about Taiwan,
Great
Mr.
place.
President?
Incredible.
他们
China
问
is
谈得怎么
beautiful.
样？特朗普总统说谈得很好。How were your talks?
So I don't know what's going on. I mean, there's all kinds of explanations for these things you could give. BMX Kane thinks he looks awkward. These Days of War thinks he sounds like a hostage. I mean, he could be tired. I don't know. Sirens at Dawn thinks he doesn't seem happy. We haven't heard anything from him yet. Oh, thanks to I am Revon 92. I am Revon 92. Thank you. So at a certain point, we just have to wait and see. Maybe we'll hear from President Trump and he'll say everything is going awesome and we've agreed on a bunch of stuff, so. But right now, I mean, we just have to wait and see what he says and what the White House says. But I did think it was kind of odd to see that China post during the meeting. So yeah, no truth either. Interesting, says Space Turkey. Yeah, he has not posted on True Social. Nothing. He could have. He might post in 5 minutes, I don't know, but he has not yet. Caviar Liberta says China is hosting it, so it's best not to say much until it's over. Maybe you'll have a great time at the state dinner. Barb Mack thinks he was not acting normal in that clip. By the way, I owe a thanks to DSPPP for subscribing and TommyTook79 for subscribing on Twitch. All right, so I think what I'm going to do is, these days of war, so something big might happen. Well, I don't know. We'll have to see. Medallion thinks he'll rage tweet on the way home. Yeah, so we just have to wait and see. That's the best I can. I haven't seen reporting on this, and we have not heard anything from the White House and nothing from President Trump. So at this point we just don't know what he's going to say. And I'll be keeping an eye out for more information about that. A ship in the Strait of Hormuz that was taken while at anchor and is now being taken towards Iranian territory, which seems like a ship that Iran has just taken. But we don't really have details of this, of what happened with that ship and what the ship is and where the ship is from and all that stuff. I mean, I assume it was a commercial ship, but. Thanks, Sausage. I appreciate it. All right, so I think right now I'm going to wrap up this stream, but I'm guessing I will do more coverage of day 2 of the 2-day summit, and that would be Friday evening. No, Thursday evening. No, wait, today is Thursday. It'll be Thursday evening. Thursday, I think I said Saturday before. Oh, no, it would be Saturday. All right, so Saturday China time, right? So, no. Be Friday China time. Friday China time. So it'll be tonight. When I said Saturday before, that was wrong. It'll be tonight, Thursday night U.S. time, into Friday morning, which would be like Friday morning China time into Friday afternoon. So my plan is to do some more coverage. Thanks, Crypto King. Crypto King says, it seems to me it's not going well. Maybe something at the dinner will tell the real story. We've seen some signs that it might not be going well, but who knows? Maybe he'll say it went great. We'll have to see. Thank you, Crypto King. I appreciate it. But yeah, I mean, it's possible it did not go well, but we just don't know right now. Roy says, I have a bad feeling about this. Marisol Devel says, I wonder what really happened there. Again, they met for 2 hours and 15 minutes. But the first part of the meeting was a big meeting. I don't know if they met. I don't know if part of it was just them two. The first part was at this huge table with lots of people. But we heard that, you know, Connor Stringer, who's a reporter for the Telegraph, who was there, he said, we've seen several intense confrontations since being here. He said there were tensions between the Secret Service and the Chinese. And Danny Kemp from AFP said that the press pool's entry to the temple complex was delayed by nearly half an hour by a lengthy and increasingly intense discussion between U.S. and Chinese officials after Chinese security refused to allow a Secret Service agent accompanying the pool to enter the temple compound with his weapon. A compromise was eventually found. Then Danny Kemp also said that when they were leaving the temple, that Xi and Trump visited, there was another brief delay while U.S. staff and reporters had an even more spirited discussion with Chinese officials who several times tried to stop them from leaving and joining the motorcade. All this stuff happening. Jetpack Dino says, feels like it's some kind of tactic as if China is trying to pretend they can attack Taiwan at any moment. Chris N thinks big doings the next few days. All right. It's getting late. I can always come back on. If there's a huge development, I can come back on the air. I can always do that. But for now, we're going to wrap up this live stream. Oh, let me read you this too. Here's another post from, I didn't see this one, from the Chinese Foreign Ministry. Hold on. This was several hours ago from the Chinese Foreign Ministry. It says, President Xi held talks with U.S. President Trump. President Xi noted that transformation not seen in a century is accelerating across the globe and the international situation is fluid and turbulent. The world has come to another crossroads. Can China and the U.S. overcome the Thucydides trap and create a new paradigm of major country relations? Can we meet global challenges together and provide greater stability for the world? Can we build a bright future together for our bilateral relations in the interest of the well-being of the two peoples and the future of humanity? These are the questions vital to history, to the world, and to the people. They are the questions of our times that the leaders of major countries need to answer together. President Xi stated that the two countries have more common interests than differences. Success in one is an opportunity for the other, and a stable bilateral relationship is good for the world. We should be partners, not rivals. We should help each other succeed and prosper together and find the right way for major countries to get along well with each other in the new era. I look forward to our discussions on major issues important to our two countries in the world and working together with you to set the course and steer the giant ship of China-U.S. relations so as to make 2026 a historic landmark year that opens up a new chapter in China-U.S. relations. Seems positive. I mean, there's a lot, when you get into the specifics, there could be difficulties. But as a general statement, it doesn't seem bad, right? What is the Thucydides trap? Wasn't Thucydides an ancient historian? That doesn't tell me what the Thucydides trap is. Let's see. Gemini says it's a term coined by an American political scientist, Graham Allison. It describes a dangerous dynamic that occurs when a rising power threatens to displace an existing dominant power. The name comes from Greek historian Thucydides, who wrote, "It was the rise of Athens and the fear this instilled in Sparta that made war inevitable." Whoa, okay. So, again, according to Gemini AI, the Thucydides trap is when a rising power threatens to displace an existing dominant power. So he's saying, can China and the U.S. overcome the Thucydides trap? I guess China is the rising power that threatens to displace the existing dominant power. I mean, that's a little threatening right there. The Wikipedia says the Thucydides trap is an apparent tendency towards war when an emerging power threatens to displace an existing great power as a regional or international hegemon. The term primarily applies to analysis of China-U.S. relations. He mentioned it. Thank you, Sai Sasiad, who says, imagine China takes Trump hostage and attacks Taiwan. I personally can't imagine that myself. But thank you, Sasiad. I really appreciate it, Sasiad. Sasiad in Poland? Yes, Poland. Pre-breakfast banana says, mighty strong words. Wall Street says, Trump tends to be zero sum. All right, I think it's our time. I think it is our time, guys. It's getting close to 4 a.m. here. It's getting close to 4 a.m. The Rock says, crushing the rising power is one way. They have to cut these threats out or I'm on board. Thanks, Sasiad says, if Trump could capture Maduro, everything is possible. Thanks, Sasiad. All right, so again, we are going to, I assume that we will have more coverage tonight, Thursday night, late, because that's when the stuff is happening on Friday day with Trump and Xi. But if there's big news before then, I can come back on the air and do another stream. So I really appreciate, by the way, our viewer Jetpack Dino says, doesn't China sound really insecure and a bit angry? I really appreciate you guys being here for our live coverage of the Trump-Xi meeting, Trump's visit to China, and we talked about some more stuff too. But we'll have more war coverage to come. And again, I'll be keeping an eye on things. If there's some kind of huge, big news, I'll just come back on and do another stream. So I really appreciate you guys being here. And if you'd like, you can subscribe, follow the channel, Agenda Free TV. I would suggest you turn on the notifications for the channel because you never know when there's going to be a big stream. And I can't tell that in advance, but if you turn on the notifications, if you sign up for we have a free notification system that we did ourselves. It's on Discord. It's free and it works really great. So if you sign up for those, you will always get a notification before we go live. I mean, it pretty much almost always works. Once in a long while, there's an issue, but basically it always works. And you'll get a heads up when we're going live, so you don't miss breaking news coverage. So it's our moderators will post a link in the chat to the sign up for the notifications. You can also find that sign up in the description of this video on YouTube and Facebook. But sign up for the notifications. But I really appreciate people tuning in. Also, we got to read a lot of comments tonight, which was great. And I appreciate everybody writing in the chat and writing to me on X and sending in comments. And also sending me updates as well. Thanks for sending me updates about what you're hearing. But I'm glad we got to read a bunch of comments. Let's see here. Hey, I also, I will post updates on my X account, news updates when we're not on the air. I am at Lookner on X. You can follow me on X for breaking news, at Lookner. And Pre-Breakfast Banana says, peace, it's going to happen. Ole Hansen says, Trump is there to talk rare earth and minerals. Huge thanks to our moderators who have been here, staying up late and moderating. They're the reason that we can have chat rooms, our moderators. Ruth is still there. Ruth is up late with us. We've had a bunch of moderators like Leslie Ladyhawk and Beth Mythical, and probably forgetting some. Ruth, thanks for being there. Thanks for staying up late. I really appreciate that over there on YouTube. Huge thanks. On Twitch, our moderators over there, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, and Surly Dev are still with us late night, and all of our other Twitch moderators who have been over there. Huge thanks to you. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha moderate for us on X, thank you. And on Facebook, thanks so much. We've had moderators like Kay Lowry Body and Paul Anderson and Shannon Davis Hughes and Andrea Holder. Oh, thanks. And thanks Brian Daviow for the Facebook stars. Thanks, Brian. I see Kay is still with us. Late night. Thank you, Kay. Michael Fergal also, who is training to be a mod. Thank you, Michael. So thanks to all of our moderators. Thanks to everybody who supported the channel tonight. So nice of you guys. Louis R. with all the memberships and everyone else. Really nice of you. And that's what allows the channel to exist, is your support. So huge thank you. Rapid Modding says we need agenda-free hoodies. They're on Amazon. The mods will post the link to the merch. We have one link. I never talk about the merch. We have one link, though, that will list all the merch sites. One of them is Amazon. The Amazon merch is actually very good. But there's hoodies on Amazon. So if you get the merch link, if you go to Amazon, you look up the hoodies, you'll see them there. Do we have a merch command? Ruth just, let's see. I think Ruth just pressed it. It should come up. Yeah, for Agenda Free TV merch. It just came up in the chat. But Amazon, check out the hoodies on Amazon. Let's see here. I have hoodies for the channel. I personally have them. Let's see. Now, hey, we do have a chat where you can chat with other viewers when we're not on the air. The Agenda Free TV Discord chat, it is free. A bunch of our viewers like doing that. Check out the Discord chat. You can, what was I going to say? It's the same link as the free notifications link. So check out the Discord chat if you want. And thanks to our Discord moderators who moderate the Discord chat. Really appreciate all your help. And hey, another way to find out when we're live, for those of you who are on X, you can follow us
Moderators
at Ooh, now I'm hearing two of myself. You can follow us on X at Agenda Free TV. I always post there when we're going live. I post updates about the channel there at Agenda Free TV. I give you an advance heads up at the X account when we're going live. Also, if you do watch on YouTube, I would suggest turn on the YouTube notifications. It's a good way to find out when we are live over there on YouTube. I mean, it'll be the same as the other platforms. But if you're on YouTube, another good way to keep an eye out for when we're live. To turn on the notifications, what you need to do is subscribe to the channel, then click the bell and choose all notifications. Subscribe, click the bell, and choose all notifications. I want to thank also our subscribers on Facebook, like Brian Daviow and Kay Larry Body and Dolly Clark and Diane Allworth and Robert Real II. And now the Facebook chat's being all funky, not letting me go back. The Facebook chat has been difficult on browser. It's having issues. Have to refresh it all the time and everything. I've complained to them, but they haven't fixed it. Anyways, all of our Facebook subscribers, thank you. And our Twitch subscribers too, people like Shells80, thank you. Cheapo Tople, Midtown Mike, Hugh J, Wall Street Shaggy, Tuna, and E-Cute, Tommy Took, DSPPP, Drunk Can't Cook, Frank with the Dank, Cubat, Steve God, Jax Haku, They Call Me Blank, Shells80, and all of our other Twitch subscribers. Thank you. Oh, thanks to Joe Brown. Joe Brown from the UK, Joe Brown 6768. That's so nice of you, Joe. Thank you, Joe Brown. I appreciate that. Also, all of our YouTube members. Paula Faust. We're probably close to 8 hours. We're going to get cut off on Facebook. 7.5. If we hit 8, Facebook ends the stream. Thanks to all of our YouTube members like Crypto King, and thanks for your support, Crypto King. I Am a Good Goy, CAC813, Anak123, Paula Faust, Jelly Plane, Anne Walunshkar, Paulo Majorana, Paula Faust, Jagged Glass, all of our other YouTube members over there as well. Thanks so much, and everybody else for watching. Yeah, this is live, Charles. Charles, we're on China time. It's in China. It's 4 p.m. This is. I mean, if we're gonna cover the events live, we got to cover them when they're happening. Mark Grenfell, thanks for watching. Frequency AZ, Nocturnal Saint, Mike H, ZZ Fly, thanks for watching. Wiki Hans. Thanks Sonic again for designing the new emote / emoji. All right, we are wrapping this up. But I'll keep an eye on the news. Who knows? President Trump could post something on True Social in 5 minutes. That's huge. You never know. You just never know. All right, guys. Barb Mack says, keep an eye out for Prime Minister challenge in UK. Yeah, we didn't even talk about that. That's a whole other thing. Maybe at some point we'll do a stream on it. I don't want to get into it right now. You see here from AP, UK leadership contenders expected to launch bids to unseat Prime Minister after days of maneuvering. Efforts to unseat Keir Starmer, Prime Minister of the UK, are likely to break out into open rebellion Thursday, with one potential rival expected to announce his bid for the job and another clearing the way to enter any future leadership contest. Allies of Health Secretary Wes Streeting says he will make an announcement later in the day after garnering enough support for lawmakers from the Labour Party to challenge Starmer for the leadership of the party in the government. Former Deputy Prime Minister Angela Rayner said Thursday she had reached an agreement with tax authorities to clear up questions about her taxes that forced her to leave the cabinet. She said she was ready to play my part in any leadership election if Streeting were to trigger a contest. Anyways, so something to keep an eye on. Robo says they're going to have to drag Starmer out kicking and screaming. All right. So that is it for now. I'll keep an eye on stuff. Oh, the one thing I'll show you before we leave is we did get another camera angle from Beijing. Hold on. I'll show you this. Look, it's Beijing. That's live from Beijing. That's an interesting one. I wonder if that's near where the hotel is where President Trump is staying. But that is live. Okay. It's time. It is time, guys. So maybe we'll have that shot next stream. We'll see. All right, that is it for now. Thank you so much for watching our live coverage of day 1 of the Trump visit to China. Well, I guess it's technically day 2. Planning on having some more coverage tonight, U.S. time, which is tomorrow China time. All right, that's it for now. If you missed it and you want to see it, you can rewind and watch the whole opening ceremony thing with Trump and Xi and the music and the little kids jumping up and down. So that is it for now. Thanks for watching. Thanks again to our mods. We'll see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.